Move this. Hey! We don't need our bow tie right now. Shareable link. There we go. At stream. First, nice. You're so quick. Am I extra loud? Hopefully I'm not too loud. But it happened. 95 resigned the game. I'll show it off once more people are here. It's true. Victory is mine. This game, however, looking kind of rough. Hit here, I hit here. I have this shot. I might have to use my power early, which sucks. I think I do have to. I want a chance of killing units. Just seeing what they... It's probably like a... Is there like an artillery in those woods? There is! Oh no! Well, we'll have to see what we can do about that. Probably hit and reveal it with this. Let's see. Guess we'll do it like this. I didn't even bring that down a hit point. This is looking much more like a loss, unfortunately. So many more forces coming in. Didn't even kill it. Fortunate. Trade. Yeah, I think this one is a loss. But I won't give up quite yet. I didn't. I got a super spy here. Was not expecting that. Probably saw it happen. Yep. Listen, yeah. I'll let Leary hit me again. That's why I'm not... Yeah, people can definitely cheat. But that's why this is an alt and not my main. Plus, people got to see me rise through all the ratings. But yeah, I would definitely not stream Fog on my main. It would be very, very easy to cheat. Okay. Did decide to hit here and built this copter. Sadly, don't get that smack. You do get this. I'm gonna interrupt over here. Probably just go for the 2 smack while bringing the artillery over. I can bring my copter over this way. Fortunately, I can't reach this tile, which would be the perfect tile. But that's okay. Oh, interesting. I can't actually go here. The anti-air reaches. I didn't think it did. Well, I can go here. Just stops the cap. Or I could go this way. On a scale of 1 to 10, how hard is it for Sonia to beat Andy and Fog? I don't think I've ever thought about it like that. Very hard. It's not quite an answer. Could just interrupt. I should have interrupted like this. Yeah, I should have gone copter infantry hit and then had the artillery block or cover it. Although I would have been firing onto the anti-air on the harbor. I mean, it's not that great. Instead, we get to go over here. I'm gonna hit. Probably just sit here. You need to be aware of this threat at the same time. Yeah, I guess we go here. It forces this anti-air to hit from the harbor, which means that this guy can't keep capping. I wish I could go here, but it actually reaches. I think you just step onto the mountain. So just step on. Doesn't really matter. I guess no, it doesn't. This threatens to take the city, but that's not a real threat, so I'm not going to go for it. I have to go here instead of here so that I can hit from here, otherwise this infantry blocks this forest. I'm just out of luck. We're going to be sacrificing some units here, but it is giving us a nice little economic advantage. My game is new. Did another one end? Oh, the game against Zarf also ended. can still submit it. I'll get through. I'll get through eventually. I totally understand. I totally understand resigning this game. It is not fun to play into Star Wars. This happened because I'm playing Sonia, and Sonia just like can't wall break. And Zarf decided to go with a very heavy artillery composition. So it's kind of set up for me to try and wall break and fail. But at the same time, wasn't able to secure either of these, so I was just up economically. How many we got? It says only 9 viewers. Maybe I'll wait. I'll do one more turn, then I'll cover the 95 game. It's ended. You guys can't see it because of the chat, but 34 days. Darth Noob took a turn. Okay. Actually started getting some properties, which is nice. Bringing in a lot of forces here to this fight. Well, I definitely want to hit that fighter. And it looks like there isn't really that much covering these infantry in the lake. So I could use a copter and an infantry. Maybe a copter if I get lucky. We'll go for that capture though. Someone did finally submit the game, the win versus Incuggarch. We'll see how that goes. Okay. Well, I think I'm gonna have to try and fight over here quite a bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't quite have a great power. And it looks like I won't be able to two-shot the recon with my copters. So, let's see here. This will be the anti-air I have to bring up to replace this one after it hits this fighter. For how much damage will this guy do? Oh, a decent amount. Okay. Knock it down to like 4. And then we'll just have to build a bunch more anti-airs. A lot more anti-airs. This is high funds. Jake is rather good in high funds. Copter spam is very good against grit. Very, very good. It's so hard to do that. Have to hit that aim then. I don't really want to use my copters to do it, so maybe I just go in with 2 infantry. And just keep my copters back. Yeah. Now there's the downside to this, is that I am giving Darth Noob a lot of charge. And Jake has a very scary power, although not so much with copters. I mean, it's still scary with copters, but it's not like they don't get that extra movement. You fly over here. It's a rough map for Grit, yeah. I would agree. Grit also really struggles in high funds. So I do need someone to cover this city because I'd rather not lose it. Yes. Could go here. The cons are kind of scary. Can't quite block the. I guess I can. Use the artillery and see. So that leaves the artillery open to getting hit by this recon, which is not fun. We're going to drop off this mech. I think I'm able to defend. Go here. Yes, I can. 2, 3, 4, 5. Just threaten to use my power next turn. Okay. AA can hit me. I can cover myself with another copter, and it's not so bad. So long as the copter, this copter can't reach. I say, so long as the copters can't reach me, I'm not too worried. But that guy can reach here, so I'd have to sit here and use my power to kill the infantry next turn. It's fine. Always tricky. I would like to have a bunch of artillery in range of this so I can pick off the tanks and anti-airs or whatnot. Well, that'll kill it. I think I dropped the mech down here. Help cover against this recon. Oh, the recon can't reach. Never mind. Alright, we'll just threaten to use our power next turn then. Go here with the artillery. Drop off here. Just ABC to here. This is a little bit awkward as it's a very short ABC trip. 1, 2, 5, 6. So I think I'm going to do something like this. Over here we get to fall back with our copters, which is nice. Send this one up here. But what do I want to do with my wall? Many questions. You're covering both of those. You're covering that one. I guess you just cover this guy. I don't even need to, right? No, I do. I mean, I can get away with this. Okay. In which case it makes more sense to... It would have made more sense for me to go here and drop the mech here. Oh well. We have to go double anti-air here. And leave the middle relatively unguarded. Sort of like here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's a lot of stuff wanting to hit this poor artillery. Including the dreaded copter. Which is a big problem. Can't block there. Oh no. Can't weasel my way through the, like, try and trade copters here. The best I can do is try and hit this tank, because I have got wimpy copters as grit. No such luck there. Hello. So what I'm scared of is copter, like both copters get sacrificed in here, and then the grit super speeds everything up and just takes out my artillery. I guess this still helps protect against that. Just for this guy. I'll bring you down. Another anti-air. We'll build a tank. Got a tank and infantry. Now I know my units. Or And even though the copters don't get faster with the power, they will hit harder from the planes. So they'll one-shot me here. Copter and copter. Maybe I should have gotten the missile early on, but I think that would have been a little too easy to be picked off on. Oh man. I guess I can block with APC. Definitely need to start building more anti-airs sooner. I really should have just gone there. Block with our APC down here, I guess. And my copters. Yep. Decent wall. Okay. Oh. There you go. Go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's a problem. 6. It's not that big of a problem. I can put a copter here. On the second line here. One back. Oh, I can't put a copy there. It has to be this guy. This guy here. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, that's a gaping hole that I missed. Guess that's okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's a gaping hole for the recon can reach. That makes it much worse. Well. Be fine if you did that. Okay. Not perfect, but something. Our 15 viewers. Okay, let's cover the game. Wow, this was quite the battle. Looks like I was right about how much had to be invested in copters because of all the infantry, so there was really nothing that could stop me from just continually denying this. I did win. 95 gave up the fight. And my anti-air play worked over here too. These tanks had to expose themselves to my forces, so yeah, next turn would have been a complete blowout. All the vehicles on the front line would have gone down. So we can quickly go over it. So my goal for this game was do his Operation Save the Missile, which I decided I would do using some early recons. So here we go. That was a day 3 recon. Sadly, it's player 2. So it's slightly weaker. Followed up by a day 4 recon. But tragically, and then followed up by a day 5 recon. It was a triple recon, all on one front. Tragically, 95 was set up very well to defend this artillery from my recon assault. So for the most part, I just got to mess with the economy a little bit. Missile still goes down. The infantry kind of have to be a little far back. I do get I get 2 infantry kills here, but unfortunately, I did not expect there to be an artillery in these woods. So that recon goes down and I lose a recon over here. So early on, I end up trading 2 recons for 2 infantry, which is not great. While 95 is also getting harassment over here. But, I mean, it's not all bad because my recons did force these infantry to be really far back. So these captures are significantly delayed. So you can see that I have a decent income lead at this point, 16 to 14, which is pretty good. Pretty far down in value because I lost 2 vehicles. But I think I managed to maintain an income lead for quite a while here to make up for the fact that I lost my early vehicles. But we'll see. I do delay this capture. I'm losing a lot to get these delays, which is normally not a very good thing. I would not recommend that. But over here, since 95 sees that I have not very many forces actually attacking over here, it's just infantry so far, decides to retreat on this side, which is probably good. I did have tanks and a recon, so 95 would ended up losing quite a bit. And then I start retreating over here. But we can see I do maintain a pretty nice income lead during all of this. Although not for very long. As now that I fall back over here, 95 has some opportunity to start taking more cities. But I do have this rocket. And the whole point of getting this rocket is that I can go into these woods here. And that denies this city falling from a really safe spot. And if it makes it into these woods, it can deny the comm tower falling, while also putting pressure on this city. So you can see I have a pretty decent early game advantage, which is something you would expect in Lash versus Rachel, because Lash has a stronger day-to-day with getting the firepower boost on from terrain. And I also managed to get both comm towers here, I do believe. While 95 is still collecting these properties that were delayed in the early game. Okay, I don't get the 2 comm towers yet, but 95 is going to sacrifice their recon to see if this is something that can actually be prevented. Which it is not. The fearsome Lash forces are able to take the comm tower. And then this is my greedy rocket play. I'm like, well, if I'm getting this comm tower, and it looks like 95 is a little far back over here, maybe I can push the rocket a little further forward and save my own comm tower. Yeah, there's some nice comfy forests on this map. And 95 sees this rocket here, and it looks like they just barely can't get to it. But it's very unfortunate for me that 95 sees it already, because that means that 95 won't really blunder into it so much. But with both comm towers, I figure, hey, we got a nice one shot. I figure I might as well try and deny it. I think this is a huge misplay. Sending in this tank. I'm getting very greedy with this attack. I think I must have thought that most of the forces were going up here to try to defend this comm tower. And then I see, after I see all of this with the second strike, I'm like, oh, I can now attack over here pretty much without punishment, which is what I do. Like so. And then of course I have to, I'm of course playing this without a move planner. So I believe this turn took a really long time because I had to make magnets for the incoming Rachel missiles. Huge question marks above my head. I think I did that so that I wouldn't have to deal with trying to place it in a way that directed the missiles onto my rocket. But I wouldn't recommend that play. That's definitely not a good trade. The replay doesn't actually cover the damage here. The 95 gets some good strikes. Does deny this cap? No, it doesn't deny the capture. It just hits it. The one good thing about how this all worked out for me over here, well, there's two good things. One is that the comm tower is not being captured, and the second is that the artillery is actually still alive in the forest. So after that turn, I'm actually kind of even, which is surprising. And the reason why I'm like even in the unit value is because I've got 3 really beefy units. So even though I took a ton of damage up here, I'm still doing just fine. And I see there's so many units down here, so I put on a lot of pressure on the top. Now they did kill this. If I remember correctly, this lives at like 1 hit point. It makes me very sad. Yeah. No. And then this is a so the point of doing this attack, it does cram in 95 because it's really hard to dislodge this tank from the forest, but I'm just trying to get 95 to leave down here because there's like a really large army. It's threatening my comm tower in these cities, and I don't want to lose those. So I want to do a really annoying aggressive play that forces 95 up. I don't remember if 95 actually went up, or if they only sent a few things. You can see how annoying this is for 95. All these vehicles and they can't actually attack anything. Okay, yeah, it does work. Okay. Only for the copters. 95 copters go up, everything else down here stays. So that splits the forces, which is really good for me. Now, I don't know that these have been split other than seeing this recon, which I think made me think they got split. But I didn't know where the copters were. I thought they were here. I go for the super to try and hold this position a little bit longer and get this city. And then I want to keep attacking up here because I want to make sure that 95 is feeling the pressure to send stuff up instead of down at my comm tower. You really hate those 1 vs 1 at 1 HP, you attack first and lose. 95 gave up too soon. I don't know about that. And my addiction to having 2 comm towers continues. But I also managed to get my rocket into these woods, which is really nice during all this. And I have the Lash Super going on right now, so these units are kind of tough to take out. Now this is something I definitely should have done before doing all of this, but it's fine. Because now the recon sees that I did indeed lure some stuff away, which would make this attack much better. And then the one downside, or I guess the one big misplay of doing this, is that I need to be running a lot faster with these guys. These guys are like nonchalantly leaving. They need to get out of here because these forces are going to fall. And then these guys will just be extra cleanup, extra value that 95 will get. You can see how tough this medium tank is with the Lash Super, even though it's on planes. Sucks up double artillery shot and a copter strike, which is a good number of the actual units over there. I don't know why this isn't showing, but there's an infantry here capturing, and 95 just barely doesn't get it. Okay, so after my super turn, I took a lot of damage there because I lost that medium tank, which is a good portion of my forces, but of course I have another one. And the rocket gets to fire. I think the rocket actually managed to get quite a bit of... you can see how strong... Look at this, how strong double comm tower Lash is. Just take out the tank. Obviously take out the copter. One shot the infantry. Artillery one shots the artillery. It's so nice. I can see why Reimer likes the Lash damage. And I try and run away over here. I do get this city. And I really liked getting this city because I saw from how much vision I had over these bases that there were 0 infantry over here. They were all gone. So it's going to take quite a few turns for newly built infantry to actually get over here and capture this city. Like this artillery needs to get out of here. You can't really stay and fight. So if these units managed to get away, I would be like way ahead because 95 had to send like half the forces up to like hold this position. And then the other half got kind of annihilated down here. But I don't run with everything as fast as I should, so I end up taking quite a few losses that I really shouldn't have. And I get hit by covering fire again, which is what's keeping 95 in the game. Because when you're on a two-base map, it gets really difficult to actually set up magnets for the covering fire. I think I was setting up one up here, but or trying to set up 2 up here, but then with this unit dying, I think only 1 hits up here, the infantry one. We'll see soon. Yeah, just the infantry 1 hit up there. The other one's hit down here, which is very unfortunate. You can see I'm now really far behind in value because my main army actually got hit this time. This is also a huge blunder because I'm staying and fighting even though this is 95's main army now, and this is just like the remnants of my other army. It needs to just run away. But I stay and fight, which I would not recommend. I also had a turn where I wasn't producing anti-air, so at this stage, the army over here can't really keep up the combat so close to 95's airport. So I have to fall back. Which means this copter got to live, which gives 95 a lot of information about the number of anti-airs I have. So at the end of my turn, I am up quite a few units, but I'm still down in value. But up in economy because of this city, which is really important. And now all of this stuff gets cleaned up by 95, which kind of evens the game up quite a bit. Well, it's not really evens it up, puts 95 in a much stronger position, as now I'm down in unit count with half the unit value. And so many copters are attacking my forces. But it's not that, I mean, it looks a lot worse than it is because of how few infantry 95 has, even though 95 is like doing serious damage to all of my forces, completely wiping these guys out, doing a lot of damage over here. Since there aren't infantry with these attacks, the punishment doesn't really stick. And down here, because most of the tanks are up here, these copters are kind of isolated. Even though I have only one AA here, it's a serious threat. And that's something that 95 is going to run into a lot in this game, is they constantly produce copters here. Which means that their ground forces are always going to be just a little bit weaker. Ooh, but 95 did do a nice, why does 95 have so much cash? Oh, because 95 had to start producing infantry, I see. So ended up saving a lot of money, which lets them start pumping out some tanks. So because these tanks are up here, I'm actually able to hold this position somehow, despite being so far down in value, just because the armies are so split across the map. And here you can see the really big problem with not having... How do I like a bomber here? I would not like a bomber here, because these are lash anti-airs, and lash anti-airs could one-shot a bomber. So I think 95 not getting a bomber is a good idea. So here you can see the problem. 95 has completely won this front. Absolutely dominated it, but the infantry are still so far back that all of these properties are not actually under threat. Where you can see, like, even my small victory over here, it has infantry with it, which is immediately a threat on these properties. And even with like this defense force over here, I've got infantry with it. So 95 finally got over here. Actually passed over this city for a turn to kind of rush this comm tower, which I think I let them take. While I'm also taking this city, which is going to keep the income in my favor. Yeah, so they get this comm tower here, and they're still doing really solidly in the value, and they have got a very strong army. 8 tanks to my 4, 8 copters to my 4. They're down 3 infantry. They don't have indirects. Yeah, the infantry were 95's downfall in this game. You can see, I think this is a horrible choice on my part. There's absolutely nothing covering this infantry. So I shouldn't send it forward like this. I should use it as a blocker. But this one I like. It's covered by a rocket. It's covered by a lot of army. And this is how you initiate conflicts. Or initiate a fight that you want to take. And I want to take a fight here because this is where all my army is and my big beefy units. Is you send the infantry forward to start capturing a city. And then it's like, how is 95 going to respond to this? If 95 has more infantry around, none of them are actually in range right now, then they can just send an infantry and kind of delay responding with a vehicle. If they send a vehicle forward and hit this, and I kill it with a rocket, and that's a great trade for me. If they send everything forward, then I may or may not get the drop on them. So they kind of go halfway here. They send one vehicle forward and then scoop around the side here, which I could have prevented, instead use this guy as a wall. We recommend. And so there's two vehicles that were used here. But I don't recommend these like half attacks that 95 is going for here. So this is like, there's a battle of escalation going on where I send an infantry. This is how 95 escalated with a recon tank copter. And if I only had direct units, then this would make sense. If I have like a smaller army in reserve in comparison to what 95 has here, then I have to commit a lot to kill these few units, and then the rest of 95's army can wipe me out. But because I do have some indirects, I don't actually have to commit as far forward as 95 would like me to. And then the other problem that 95 has is that there's no army with the capping infantry. So like I said before, this is how you start a fight, is that you start capping stuff. And that's definitely going to start a fight because I don't want to lose that city. So I attack it. But now 95 doesn't have any units over here to actually win this fight. So it's just going to cost precious infantry. And I use my super here because I know 95 is planning stuff, so I want to just wipe out stuff as safely as I can. Put my units on high terrain star properties. Rocket artillery to hit the furthest away unit, so I expose as few units as possible. And attack down here. Going out with my anti-air here is definitely, I would say, questionable. And is really just a byproduct of my horrible position, my horrible choice to go for this property. Okay, so I did commit a lot of coppers over here, although most of them are injured. And then you'll see what I do with my anti-air. Again, bad choice to go forward with this infantry. There's this glaring hole that needs to be filled. Infantry would make a great filler there. So where do my anti-air go? They go as far away from the front while still covering stuff as possible. Because 95 has quite a strong air force here. And the tank's jobs is not really to kill my units. The copters kill my units, the tanks kill my anti-airs. So I need my anti-air to be as far away as possible. I have not heard the comp by this track. I get hit by another covering fire here. Very unfortunately, I don't have much in the way I can do as magnets. I can get the infantry one to hit over here, but both the health and value actually lands on my army. Which means that 95 is going to be able to get some kills that would normally not be very easy, because the lash super would like protect the units, but because they get hit by those missiles, they can get one-shotted, which is unfortunate. Okay. So here, 95 is doing really well in this fight. The bad thing going for 95 is that we're kind of just trading corners. and I'm managing to take this corner back with far fewer forces invested. And 95 is running into the problem again over here of having just a single infantry with his entire attacking force. Very different colors. So now my little anti-air trap springs. I would love if some of them lived. And the rocket still gets to fire, which is really nice. And every time I'm attacking stuff, I'm not trying to dive forward to attack. I want to attack the furthest forward forces that 95 has put forward to get the attack closer and closer and closer to my bases. Because I know that 95 has a much stronger army than me, and the only way I'm going to beat it is if 95 overextends. You like sleeping, you don't like going to sleep? Alright. 95 very, very smartly is targeting down my anti-airs. So we're kind of in a little bit of a race here, which is, can I kill off all of 95's tanks before 95 can completely obliterate any anti-air forces I have? So sad that this rocket went down. You can see I tried to wall for it because this anti-air is an obvious target to be hit. And if it gets hit from here or here, then my rocket gets revealed. So I tried to put an infantry here, but 95 has an anti-air ready to clear the way. So there goes down the rocket. It did some good damage though. Okay. Now, I was really stunned that 95 did not build an anti-air and send it over here. I think 95 thought that if they could just win this fight, I would concede. But that's not how it works. So they have definitely won this fight in a very big way. You can see I'm just in mass anti-air production now because I know that 95 has a primarily copter army and there's the immediate copter reinforcements here. But with every combat like this, you kind of need to look at more than what forces are dying. I lose my Neo tank here, although it's probably worth it for me because 3 copters have to expose themselves for that. You can see how far 95 is overextending to get keep getting these kills. My poor medium tank. But the net exchange that goes on here is I'm going to slowly lose this city, and I'm going to get this comm tower while still maintaining an economic advantage. So I'm down a lot in unit value, I'm down a lot in unit count, but every turns of distance that you get closer to your opponent's base, it's kind of like netting them a whole turn of reinforcements and costing you a turn of reinforcements. That's why overextending is so deadly, is because it's a double whammy, you double dip. I get 2 more units, 95 loses 2 units in the fight, turn-wise. Which was going to allow me to turn the fight around. I think this 1 health copter gets 2 kills, which is very funny. You can see where the fight's happening. The fight is happening inside base reinforcement range. which means I've actually managed to start catching up in unit value here. And if 95 keeps fighting here, I'm going to be able to turn the fight around. I do get hit by another covering fire, although I don't have very many units, so it kind of just hits everything. But one good thing for me in this fight is that anti-air, even if they get hurt, are still effective against copters. And medium tanks can be repaired just a tiny bit and still be very effective in a fight, too. Yeah, I get to the fight twice as fast. Even faster, really. So, yeah, you overextend. So let's say in the middle here, it takes both of us 3 turns to get to the fight. If it moves 1 turn towards me, and now takes me 2 turns and takes them 4 turns. So they lose a turn of reinforcements, and I gain a turn of reinforcements. And then they go even closer, and it takes only 1 turn for me to get to the fight, and it takes them 5 turns to get to the fight. So even though they have more units in the as far as what can actually participate, they're going to have less. 1 health copter, 2 kills. You can see having immediate reinforcements are very, very nice. You also have the advantage of you get to build units that will work in the fight right now, where the person with the really extended reinforcements kind of has to predict what units will be needed in like 5 turns. And I'm going to try and stick to really big units here, because I want to one-shot what 95 has, and I want stuff that when it's hit with a missile, it's still going to be effective in the fight, and I can also repair quite a bit. So, you can see this fight over here ended a long time ago, and just now 95 is able to start getting some of these properties, which is not good for 95, because the fight moved over here, and now 95 is losing this fight, and I'm actually in range to interrupt this stuff. This is also a mistake by 95. This tank needs to go directly south, because you can't defend this with just a copter, because an anti-air is the obvious choice to interrupt captures. But what 95 is recognizing here is that they've overextended and they're getting punished for it. So instead they want to move the fight into the center here. Which I think is a good call. Of course, I go over here because I notice that these forces are moving into the center. I also don't want to lose my comm tower. I think there's a good chance that a tank will hit me here. So I have a Neo tank ready to hit back, and then I have an anti-air ready to hit the copter, because I think it'll be tank copter if anything. And then I don't really pursue into the middle. I just have these few units here that finish something off, and then they're in range of the reinforcements. Yeah. Well, 95 would have had to fall back. Yeah, 95 could have just run back with this guy. I think that would have been a lot better. But 95 wanted to join up with the reinforcements, and the fastest way to do that is in the middle. And that 95 has a huge problem, is that there's only copters over here, copters and infantry, and there's an anti-air stopping the comm tower capture. Also, 95 decides to overextend again here, which is a bold choice. So 95 thinks that I am going to have to make a choice with this anti-air between going for this copter and going for the comm tower interrupt, and then I'll choose the copter. which is why these tanks have come over here, because they want to kill the anti-air after it goes after this copter. Of course, this was an overextension again. It went over the middle here, so that means that I've got more units in this fight than 95 might be expecting. I think this is a roll to one-shot this, and I get it both times. This anti-air is just an infantry killer. And you'll note that I don't want to go past this little area where I've got some really fast reinforcements. Not until 95 has really lost as much as possible. And again, everything's stepping across the middle line. In this case, 95 is going for this property. And now I'm in the situation where I don't have an infantry in range to prevent this. Although I do have 2 infantry over here that I have lined up to stop this comp tower capture. So this is going to force me... I really don't want to lose this city, because I think I'm still recovering, and I definitely am. I'm only at 11 units, so I need as much economy as possible. So yeah, I have a recon, which is the next best thing to an infantry to interrupt a capture. Now it can't normally reach, so I'll have to use the forbidden technique for Lash, which is terrain tactics. The forbidden technique. And the upside to the forbidden technique is it also guarantees this kill, which I liked a lot. Make sure to check the forest. You can see even a 3 health and medium tank is quite useful. Don't be afraid to use your injured units. And then this is a Neo tank, and it's going to overextend here. But I really want to kill this tank, and I don't have a guaranteed kill if I attack from the shoulder roads. And the reason I really want to kill this tank is because I know 95 has been just pumping out copters constantly. So if I can keep my anti-airs protected, I'll just win all of the fights, basically, pretty much, because all of the copters can come in and hit this, but then the anti-airs can kill the copters, so long as I've reduced the tank count enough that the tanks can't kill my anti-airs. So I have 3 anti-airs staring at this Neo tank, because I think 3 copters are going to hit it. And I think it's kind of a toss-up between if 95 is going to go for Lucky Lass or going to go for Covering Fire. Covering Fire will hurt me a lot, but Lucky Lass is what you would go for if you were trying to kill the Neo tank. And you can see all of the overextending has hurt 95 a lot in the value and unit count. They do go for Lucky Lass. Now I do have my extra defense from the power here, so the luck isn't quite as strong. The first attack was a low roll. The second attack is a decent high roll. But then this tank strike to follow up was not enough. Just barely doesn't kill this Neo tank, and that's a big deal. Because as you saw from this medium tank, even when it heals up to 3, it can still hit tanks very decently. You can set up 2-hit KOs. And then here's 95. Also gets a low roll here for this very unlucky Lucky Lass. Trying to save the copters. So I'm very happy that this Neo tank lived. It's going to run away and heal up. I believe my recon gets trapped here, which is totally fine. Okay. And I think I hit this tank. And the reason I hit this tank, I do recognize that I'm kind of overextending. But the reason I hit this tank is because I see so many infantry. I actually see this one too, because my recon's right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I see 4 infantry, 5 infantry, and a recon. And I know that 95 had like no infantry before. So that means that there's not very many tanks left. 95 has just kind of been relying on copters as the vehicles and replenishing the infantry supply. So if I can injure the remaining tanks, my army will be essentially invincible with the multiple anti-airs. You lost the game against a Rachel today on Verdun. Lucky Lass? Yeah, Lucky Lass is lucky. So now 95 is in a lot of trouble. They're still having this problem of sending infantry forward with nothing protecting them. And I get a huge intel here. This tank doesn't even die. It just gets hit by a single tank. Which kind of just confirms everything. So that makes me think these are the only tanks on the field, and I would like them to be gone. So I go for an attack that quite a few people on stream at the time did not think would be very good. And that's this attack with this anti-air. It only kills a 3 health infantry. But because these are the only tanks, I would really like them to not be protected in base range. I'd like them to come over here where I can kill them. And I have, at this point, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 anti-airs. So as long as I can take out the tanks, the game should be over. And when I have 5 anti-airs, I'm totally willing to trade 1 for 2 tanks. Which is what's going to happen here. It dies, and then 95 just resigns. And I was also prepared over here to stop this cap. So that was a brutal battle. What a slobber knocker. I ended up killing 50,000 more in units, 16 copters, and there's another 3 on the field. You can see even though I had more economy like the entire game, and I killed 50,000 more in value, I'm only like 20,000 ahead. And that's just because of how much damage the missiles did to me. I think the first missile bait was really important, which I did by hand in my head. Keeping the rocket as healthy as possible. Having all of the infantry hit up here really sucks, but I would have much preferred to have at least one of these not hurt. Maybe there was a way to do that, but I was still very proud of that. There were some very dicey moments. That's Fog for you. Okay, what is going on in this game? This is also a very weird game. Lord Clefairy has just kind of been sitting on all this power. Very weird to me. am I doing here? I had both of these cities, which was nice, but I still managed to save this one. So we're equal on properties, which gives Lord Clefairy more money. Bird moment. I think I just move the majority of my forces over here, take out this copter, take out this tank. I could try and kill the medium tank, but it's not very likely. There's an anti-air staring at this. But because this is on my side of the field, it will probably end up being a pretty good trade for me. There isn't an anti-air to replace it. Let's see. The medium tanks are probably going to end up staring at each other. I'm going to want a tank here. A tank here. The artillery probably here. Might go for that attack just to knock this down to 9, so it's at the same health as my own medium tank. Although I could just sit on this on this city, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and still cover that tile. 3, 4, 5. Although I like covering the city. Yeah, I think I like this tile more. Maybe this one more. And then I can use the 4 health copter to block here so that this medium tank can't get a first strike on my medium tank, because that's just out of range of this anti-air. So the only decision I really need to make is, do I want to be here or do I want to be here? If I'm here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I can cover that tile. That's not really important to me, I don't think. Unless that's where I want to put my artillery. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. I like just covering this city. I do that when I'm concentrating as the birds start cheaping. That's me cheaping. I could also look into trying to just storm over here, but I don't think that's looking super great. So I think we are going to do it like this. And we'll finish you off. I said we'll finish you off. Okay. So this anti-air really wants to hit this, which is fine. Yeah, almost had a mutiny. Probably hit with this tank first. Maybe go tank, infantry. And this one's covered, or I could go here. 5, 6. Maybe tank is better with the artillery here covering both of them. The only problem is it lets this tank hit a tank, which I don't like. Also puts the artillery in range of this tank, which is not great. So the next decision is, which tank do I want to have first strike here, because it will be the injured tank and easier to break. I think pretty clearly I would like this one to be the injured tank, because this one is going to be in the way of stuff attacking my artillery. Double check that you can't reach. You cannot. You can't reach. So we'll hit here. And I'll take the furthest away tank I can. Go for this hit. Didn't get the kill. It's only like a 30% chance. So I'll use this infantry to finish it off. I don't want to use the tank. And that's not guaranteed. I think it's like a 96% chance or something, 98% that tank infantry gets the kill. It's pretty likely, but not guaranteed. And I'm just not going to cover this infantry with my artillery, just because I don't want. I think it was this tank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, this tank. I don't want to have that to be an additional threat. Although I guess I could do it if I wanted to put this tank here on the road as a blocker. But that's not super ideal. So I'll just... I guess we can look at it, though. What would I put here? I'd have to go tank, and then like mech, infantry, or something. Looks very sketchy to me. We'll just go over here. The additional, actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess I could have done it. I forgot that I could, the copter would cover that tile, but this is fine. And then the other decision I have to make is whether or not I want to put a tank of my own in this city. It puts a lot of pressure on Lord Clefairy if I do that. And I could have put the full health tank here if I wanted to really try and stop this anti-air from killing this copter. But I'm prioritizing trying to defend my artillery instead. So I think this definitely kills, right? Yeah. Yeah, I would agree that being a decision before hitting with, well, the decision was kind of made. I just looked at it again afterwards. Normally you would do this with a move planner, and you would put out you would just do all of these moves in the move planner, see how that looked, and then proceed from there. Of course, we don't have a move planner, so we're doing it all on our heads, trying to talk through it step by step. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I could put a tank here to help solidify this wall. I think this infantry is going to walk over to be the blocker here. Unless you were talking about whether or not I wanted to put a tank on the city. Then yeah, that would have been, that was the original plan. But I'm just trying to decide if I want to stick with it. The upside to putting a tank on the city is it makes this medium tank's job really annoying. Because even with power, since there's no comm tower, it's not a guaranteed clear with just using tanks to kill the tank on the city. But the medium tank also wants to be the one to get this kill over here. It's pretty good. What am I checking there? I'm checking to see if there's any infantry in range of hitting the infantry I put forward. Which means there are units that could hit it, like this tank. But if the tank uses its action to hit an infantry while putting itself in range of my own tanks, that's very good for me. Because then I'll end up trading an infantry for getting a tank, which is a very valuable trade. So this guy can either go here if I want to keep him really, really safe. I can go here to try and help with this wall, or I can put him here in this HQ, which kind of helps with the wall, and also is a much more aggressive position because it's farther forward, while also being pretty safe. Because HQs have 4 defense stars, making them hard to crack. You can see Lower Clefairy does not have a single full health infantry in range of this city, so I don't have to have something in range this turn that can interrupt it. I can kind of move everything over. I think I like the mech sitting on the HQ. I could move it here instead. And then this recon, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, going this exact path, would be able to get a hit on it. Otherwise, it has to be one of these tanks that does it. So I think I am going to go for the tank on the city, because I think this medium tank is forced to hit this tank so that the anti-air can hit this copter, which means that this slot's going to be filled up by an anti-air, which leaves only these 2 tiles to attack the tank on the city. Which seems pretty good to me, because this medium tank covers the city. It's also covering, does get used to hit this. I can get a medium tank on medium tank strike. The other thing to keep in mind is I think Lower Clefairy might use Market Crash. Yeah, oh. I think if I move plannered this, I probably would have put the artillery here. But anyway, the Market Crash thing means that I would love to be able to set up enough engagements on the prior turn, or on the next turn, that I can do my Black Wave. Little normal power. We'll go here, be as far forward as possible. This infantry can't die unless either the medium tank hits it, which it's not. It's going to hit this tank, I think. I guess it could go here, and then these 2 tanks hit here, but then that still can't hit this tank. Because the only thing that can break this guy is either 2 units, or the anti-air or the medium tank. And the medium tank is going to hit this guy probably. The anti-air is going to hit this guy, which occupies the slot here, which means there's no other units that can kill this infantry in 1 hit. And there's only 1 tile available. So this should be a solid wall. We're gonna go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Wow, that's a huge upside. So the this is of course a much safer spot for the artillery, but the very nice upside is that none of the tanks can reach that spot. And I could hit this medium tank, which is an interesting option. If I high roll, which isn't very likely, I knock it down to 8, then it's not guaranteed to kill this guy without the power. I thought the artillery could get touched. I thought this guy could reach. I was blocking for it. Yeah. I said without the power. I said without the power. Which makes this attack really bad because it's mainly getting me charge. So instead we will just block here. And then since I don't need to block over here, which is really good. 1, 2, 3. As long as only one infantry can reach that guy, I'm fine. I can heal you up. We can decide what we want to do with this mech. I can keep it here. I don't like they can get hit by tank infantry though. If I move it back here, it's covered by a copter, while also being covered by an artillery, and also out of range of infantry, so it has to be a tank that hits it. The downside is if I move him, probably should put this infantry here. I'm no longer covering that tile. Oh no, I am still covering that tile. Okay, that's fine then. Then we get to the side. I want to put a tank here. I think I do. Back here. Just in case there's a breakthrough with this medium tank decides to go over here. They can't get the 2-shot. I guess they can't get the 2-shot anyway. So we want to go over here now. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so nothing can stand in that tile, which means that I always have that open to interrupt that capture. It's not quite the strong side, because we are fighting on my half of the map, almost in immediate copter production range, which is really scary. And yeah, this is kind of a central base. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. So if I go here, 5, 6. Okay, that's a better spot. I want to have a tank covering this tank. while also having some presence on the other side. That covers everything. And then I think we just grab an artillery here. I could tank infantry for a base skip to keep up the tank count, but right now I'm doing just fine in tanks. An artillery here would be nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it does reach that in one tile, so we will do that. Heal up here. Move these guys over so that in the future they can step into different positions that could potentially serve as walling. And I just want these guys to be able to hit the city from as many sides as possible. So I don't need to keep that occupied anymore. I can move over here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Of course, the other thing I have to consider, I don't really want units to start taking this spot. And the only thing that can hit it is a single vehicle. It's covered by a tank. I go over here. 1, 2, 3. Not covering that. Go on the mountain. Still not really covering anything I need to. So we'll just stay here, be annoying. Just in the way. And you can see here that Sasha kinda needs to use Market Crash. Otherwise, I have a serious threat of using my power again. Had another game end? JLSR. Oh, JLSR ran out of time in this lash mirror with my very forward capture here. GGGLSR. Okay, I want to do some reviews here. Catch up on some of those replays. So let's quickly choose our COs for these matches. We've got Tier 1 Fog on Verdun against LWJ9. Oh, really? Nice. This is Tier 1 Fog. Who should we pick? There's Adder, Andy, Drake, Eagle, Grim, Grit, Hawke, Jake, Javier, Jess, Kindle, Cole, Lash, Max, Olaf, Rachel, Sammy, Sasha, Sonia, Sturm, Von Bolt. This is Tier 1, I will remind. We got 2 for Grim. We got 1 for Von Bolt. We've got 1 for Sturm. What's their rating? They're 1200. Zero show being soon. Grim is Tier 1. Sturm seems reasonable. It's 2 for Sturm. Sturm, okay. Sturm it is. And then we have a Fog on Cross Country Rivalry against Best Mike in Tier 4. This is the map that I just had that game against 95 on. We've got Adder, Grim, Jake, Jess, and Cole. I'm surprised that Sammy is not tier 4 on this map. You got Grim. You won here with both when they had both airports. Very nice. Okay. We have one for Grim. Got one for Jess. The lowest pick rate is Jake. The chat has never picked Jake. I've only played Jake in a practice game. Got two for Grim. One for Adder, one for Jess. No Olaf for Jake allowed. We got two for Adder. It's a tie between Grim and Adder. I bet Grim is pretty solid on this map. Oh, it looks like Adder's winning though. Coolest cooler Adder. Alright, 3 for Adder, let's go. And then we have a game against AA01 in High Funds, Miss of Avalorn. Tier 2. This is this map, everyone's favorite. We've got Adder, Andy, Grim, Grit, Jake, Javier, Jess, Kindle, Cole, Lash, Max, Rachel, Sammy, Sasha, Sonia, and Von Bolt. Super serious. Von Bolt, Andy. This is a super serious match. AA01 Blue is a High Funds main, one of the few. Okay, at least they used to be a High Funds main. Looks like they've got quite a few standard games in there now. But they're a 1300 player. Rachel, 2 for Rachel. You can Rachel it up. 2 for Von Bolt, 2 for Von Bolt, 2 for Rachel, 1 for Andy. Three for Rachel. Rachel it is. We'll see if we can be victorious, and I'll quickly take my turn over here. Rachel is more stupid than Von Bolt. Sadly, could not afford a day 1 recon. Otherwise, I would have gone for it. Okay, we'll switch over to some replays now. Be right back. Hey, there we go. So we had a new submitter here. And it's the Heather versus Adder versus bowzr. Now HeatherFrandall, for those who were busy yesterday, I had a 10-person live simul that I played, And I went 9 wins and 1 draw. And Heather is the one that got a draw against me. So we'll see. We'll get to see how they do in a league match. Heather Pog! Yeah. It was quite the game. You can't play live. It's rough. It takes a lot of practice. So we have Jake versus Adder here. Now, artillery are very nice on this map for any plays around the islands because it's very choky. So we'll see if this is the kind of classic opening. I think Heather said this was the third Global League game that they've played, so very impressive to have that opening down already. It's been a while since you've had replays, yeah. Ooh, okay, we have the aggressive tank over here. I'd probably prefer to have this infantry step forward if I'm going with the aggressive tank, so that you can go for this capture while having the tank cover it. Because this is an interruptible capture. But there's nothing wrong with going for the more immediate funds. And it looks like bowzr is going to respond with an aggressive tank of their own instead of matching tank to tank on the side. And this tank has decided to go up here and try and contest this airport. Oh, I didn't even notice this. bowzr did not use the black bow for lots of blocking of the infantry like what's going on over here. Instead trying to accelerate these island captures. However, this is a little too slow, because this airport is going to be finished before anything can stop it. So an anti-air is going to have to be built next turn. Might have even had to have been built this turn. Otherwise, these captures can very easily fall to just a copter being produced. And it looks like the black boat's going to go over here and block the harbor. This tank is currently threatening his airport very nicely, and the artillery cannot reach a tile that actually protects the airport from being harassed. So the best it looks like bowzr can do is take this city and then block the infantry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's doing work. Well, I guess with a tank build it could. Being reactive is very easy here, that's true. Wow, that's a very, very prophylactic anti-air. I'm not a huge fan of that. I think I'd like another tank instead. Okay. So I guess bowzr's play here is you're going to have to hit from here to get an interrupt going on this airport. And because you don't... Sorry about that. Since you don't have your comm tower yet, you're not going to be able to knock me down to 4. You'll only have... I would have been able to knock him down to 4. Never mind, because Jake goes for the comm tower hit instead of the airport hit. I guess it's just because of how forward this anti-air is. I would definitely have gone for the interrupt on this airport. It provides funds and it's a production facility right there. And if you can deny that long term, you can just kind of win the game. Easiest recon. Easiest recon where? You going for the center? Or are you thinking instead of this anti-air, you get a recon? I could see that. Okay. The artillery is now here. And this is where hitting the airport would have been really nice. That is a weird play. Because now the airport wouldn't be online and be threatening to build a copter this entire time. Yeah. That tank is gonna die. We'll see though if this delaying this comm tower matters. If this was a swapped position, then I might have even just like stayed around and finished off the airport capture, or just bring in infantry over. Okay, well this doesn't work. What bowzr's doing. I understand the idea here. So this works if there isn't an anti-air, but because there is an anti-air, it can clear the way for the tank to then hit the artillery. And down here works out pretty nicely for Heather in comparison, because you can easily set up a situation where this artillery, this anti-air has to hit a copter inside a range of this artillery, and this artillery can just kind of kill this infantry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, this tank also dies. Bowzr trying to pull an Incuggarch. Oh, building a copter in range of the anti-air. So that's something that I would highly recommend doing. You don't. It doesn't even have to be building in a copter in the way of an anti-air, but if you have multiple copters or like copter production and it's being locked down by an anti-air, but you have stuff around that can kill the anti-air as long as it's exposed. I also did this on the simul. You just kind of put a copter out there where an anti-air can hit it, but then you can kill the anti-air in response. And if you can trade a copter for an anti-air, that's gonna, unit count wise, it's usually gonna be +1, because the units built from your airport are +1. So if you can trade an airport unit for a base unit, you're gonna end up being +1 in a base vehicle, I should say, in unit count, and you're only going down 1,000 in value in your trade, because anti-air is 8,000, copters 9,000. So that's a great trade to do. And if you have multiple copters around, they can be defended against by a single anti-air. But if the anti-air has to go on the offense, like here, and it just trades out, then they no longer have any defenses against the other copters. What anti-airs want to do is kill a copter and not get punished for it, which is what's going to happen here, because normally there would be a punish to this artillery to hit it, but the tank gets to come through and hit the artillery. So this is almost what you want to do. You just have to have more forces around that can punish the anti-air. So over here, this is kind of what we're talking about. So over here, this anti-air can come over and hit this copter, or it can hit this copter. But it has to hit it in range of this artillery. And there's nothing over here to actually hit this artillery. So it will be a trade of an anti-air for a copter, and then there's no other anti-airs over here. So the copters just win the front. Or over here, the copter dies, And then there's nothing to stop the anti-air from just continuingly threaten the copters. Continuingly? Okay, so Heather does not go for that. Maybe respecting the adder power here, but this isn't nearly as good. Well, it's fine. The idea here is I'm just going to block the way so that your anti-air can't hit my copters. But you can also just trade out a copter here. The downside that Heather has here is that the adder's power lets the tank reach the artillery. So it would have taken some pretty fancy blocking with infantry. That's fine. bowzr does get the comm tower here in a really, really scary situation up here now. We do have the side slip. This will let this tank hit this tank. But that's a totally fine trade for Heather. Okay. Kills off this infantry. These guys are really exposed. Go for that, and here comes a medium tank to combat these guys away from the airport. Okay, so here Heather has a nice copter kills tank, artillery guards copters kind of thing going on here. Oh, doesn't go for it though. Instead tries to just punish the infantry. Okay, well I'm not a huge fan of that play. What did the artillery even do? Oh, it shot this infantry. Okay. So here you can kind of copter kills tank, like I said, and you can guard them with this artillery and also tank, and you just kind of win the entire front and use the infantry to fight the infantry. Your retreat over here, totally fine. Making sure this copter is still in range of, or not copter, this anti-air is still in range of the airport. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Very far up in unit value. Built a medium tank in response to the medium tank. That's fine. You can also just kind of build an artillery if you want. This is a very aggressive hit. It's also a very aggressive hit. Okay. So bowzr is like really, really close to making really solid walls. Just not quite there. So Heather has a few ways to break through this. The tanks can kill the tank, this infantry can kill this infantry, and then the anti-air can kill the copter. Or we could have these infantry kill this infantry, this tank kill this this artillery, this anti-air coming over here and kills this copter. There's a few ways to go about this. Looks like we're gonna kill the tank. Oh, it doesn't break through. So this is what I call an X-ray. There's an X-ray on a copter there, but it would cost the anti-air, which is not a trade you want to make. I would be more in favor of doing it in this case because of how close Heather's getting to the super, and the medium tank could be used with the super to beat up the other medium tank. And you just build another anti-air. I think this copter is going to be used to interrupt this. You could also have sent this anti-air down here to get this interrupt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess that leaves these tanks too exposed. But yeah, another thing to keep in mind when you're going for really expensive trades, like vehicle for vehicle, is who's closer to the powers. Because those those jump up really, really fast when you've got anti-airs and copters dying. Down here, this worked out pretty nicely. Another anti-air had to be built to guard these captures against this encroaching copter. And another anti-air was built over here. We'll see where this medium tank goes. It has to be wary of course, the opposing medium tank. Excuse me. I wouldn't call that wary. But we'll see how it goes down. Heather is pretty far away from the super, so... And this comm tower is being continually denied, which is a little silly to me. You don't really want to lose vehicles to slow down a comm tower unless there's a really important fight going on. Over here, Heather has another pretty nice breakthrough just using infantry to kill this, and then tank kills artillery, and anti-air can kill a copter, and then medium tank can come over to cover against the other medium tank while using a copter and an anti-air to shut down the airport completely. And then yeah, copter tank. This is not guaranteed. You don't see that every day that both the tank and the copter took a 1 damage chip. Here comes the medium tank to support this. You can build a copter here to really stabilize this, or you can just keep pumping out some medium tanks and anti-airs. In fact, I think this medium tank should probably have gone up. This is something that Talos used against me a lot in the tournament game that we played, is using this little wedge ravine break in the mountain line here to support your other bases, your other base. Looks like we're gonna break in this way. I'm not a huge fan of that. The advantage it has is that this anti-air is now on a city, so it's not gonna just straight up die to the medium tank attack, but the artillery lives because of this. So it gets to shoot, which I don't like. Or it can back up, I guess, if it wants to. Oh, put on the bow tie. You're right. There we go. Woo. Bowzr just sat here with this tank. Oh, no. Never mind. It's not Heather's turn. Okay. Bowzr. Okay. This 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, this tank can't really get away from the attacking forces, so instead it's going to hit an infantry that's going to go for a capture. That's totally a worthwhile attack. It means that this capture is going to take another turn and costs 1,000 in income. This infantry needed to fully run away, though. So this works out much better for... pretty well for Bowzr, in that this artillery still gets to stick around and it's going to be able to fire back after this. Oh my. So that's not a good buy. This is something that I guess you can sometimes forget about Jake, is that Jake's powers are really weird. The normal power just increases damage on planes and indirect range, but the super also, it does both of those things, but then also increases the movement of all vehicles by 2. which means all ground vehicles, which means that this anti-air can reach this tile and kill this bomber with the super. And yeah, this anti-air did not need to move all the way down here. You kind of just need to move to the point where you can cover the cities. That way you can easily rotate back to the island after you capture them. Oh, that really hurts, yeah. Double base skip for a bomber, and then the bomber is just going to get hit here by the move boost. This can happen. These can be really hard to spot. Yeah, this is going to hurt a lot. And the infantry hits pretty hard because it got the hit from the planes there. And Jake gives a really healthy attack boost, as we see there. Okay. Oof. Look at that move. Yeah, movement supers are very scary, and now bowzr resigns, which I think is totally fair. Losing that bomber there hurt a lot. I think Heather played this very well, especially for the third game. Some of the wall breaks I think could have been a little bit better, but overall it was very solid. And also making sure to play the islands and had the proper capture phase to make sure the island gets captured at the correct time. And then I liked some of the plays that bowzr was going for. It just needs, I think, a little bit more experience with the walling and seeing what your opponent can do on their turn with like the powers. And then we'll be able to start seeing some very sharp plays coming out of them. But this is kind of how you learn how to play really sharply, is that you go for the setups, you see how they're punished, and then you just learn from that. Because these are very similar to the setups you would just go for when you're playing very, very sharp games. Very positionally, but there's always the downside to the sharp games, and that if you mess up, you get punished really hard. Which is what happened there. Okay. Next, we've got AutoSpinCurb. Against PixiePunch. Adder against Sammy. So I would definitely say that I think when I say Adder, Andy. I think Andy has the advantage in this matchup in Fog. Sammy does have some special stuff because of the extra transport movement on this map. And you can use like transport copters really effectively to get mech, a very good mech presence in the middle. So Sammy's definitely got more going for her on this map than many Fog maps. It's also kind of closed off. There's lots of little choke points that could have some solid infantry fighting. Yeah, you can also use Drake to get the same black boat / lander movements. Sammy has the transport copter unlocked though. Looks like PixiePunch is not very familiar with this map because they went for this harbor capture before unloading infantry over here. And it looks like AutoSpinCurb is very familiar with this map because we have the recon on the way already and plenty of presence over here right now. Okay, PixiePunch had to do a base skip here. to get another recon and built the recon here instead of here. Which I can only imagine means that the recon wants to go up here. Which I wouldn't really recommend because recons are not the best at fending off other recons. They're okay at it. If you have 2 recons, it's pretty decent. Just a single recon tends to struggle though. Watch your replays if you're on the map for the first time. Yeah. I would recommend that until you're pretty comfortable reading maps, watching, just going into a map and looking at recently completed games to see how people played it out can be very helpful. Very unfortunate that this infantry did not hop onto this black boat before being delivered. Black boats can, of course, hold 2 foot soldiers. They're not like ABCs or transport copters that can only hold 1. It's so much more fun to learn by fire. Compby has a whole write-up on the openings for this map, which is pinned in the strategy channel on Discord, and he also did a rundown of it on Master Compby's channel. So yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this recon heading up here because I don't think it's going to have very many infantry targets for quite a long time, but I like the recon pressure over here. This is kind of the meta opening, is recon rush, which is not something that I picked up on my first time playing on this map, which I don't know if we have the replay for that. But if we do, I might check for it. You'll get to see how I dealt with the recon aggression, which was very funny. I don't know what off-world training company is. We'll know for sure if he builds a T-copter next turn. Imagine being comfortable reading maps. That's definitely something that comes to you after you've played a lot of games. And you'll still make plenty of mistakes. Okay, I like the tank aggression heading down here. I would also be fine with Andy sending the tank aggression up here. Looks like neither player has really invested in mechs yet, which can be pretty solid being transported by Black Boat. Interesting. I guess that's fine. I'm not convinced by this boost. Yeah, I'm not sure what the boost is about. It might be just to boost. I guess it makes sure that this artillery can go here instead. Although, go there. I don't know. It's fine. We got a mech! Nice. And here you can see Recon's really not the best at fighting Recons. Okay, we got Andy mech. You really want to time your mech buy right after you've left, or on the turn you leave with the Black Boat, because it takes the mech 2 turns to get to the harbor. Okay. Looks like this artillery is going to go down here to put some serious pressure on the center, and this T-copter unloaded backwards, which I don't think I'm a fan of. The reason you would unload backwards is so that your infantry is safe from getting attacked. But with an artillery here and a tank here, I kind of think you want a tank to hit your infantry, so I would like it down here instead. Hey, I like the refuel on the T-copter though. Very nice. Okay. PixiePunch going in with the forces over here. Very nice. PixiePunch is really far behind economically because the recon harassment's really done its job. But unit composition wise, I think PixiePunch is doing pretty good. The recons are spooked. All right. Got the mechs on the way for AutoSpinCurb down here. You do have to also be sure to guard them very nicely. I personally like using Transportcopter going like this and just picking up mechs directly and sending them straight into the middle. Duci. This is a really nice forest to sit in with your recon. You can see it spots the space and everything that gets brought across the water. Okay, so we have some nice captures lined up. This guy's going for this property. This guy's might go for this one. This guy's got whole wealth of choices. I have a feeling that this is going to get interrupted. It does take 2 vehicle shots, but since there's a mech over here, it's not like Andy would like to jump in on all of this. I'm surprised this recon left this forest. It's really nice. I would just stay in that forest. It's very good information, and it's also really annoying to get the recon out of there. Okay. I'm not sold on this move because 2 tanks just killed an infantry here. You can see the T-copter's coming over here. It wasn't quite placed in the perfect spot last turn to get into position to pick up a mech. That's okay. Whoa. We have the lander buy, which means this is a tank buy, I guess. Alright, I'm not a huge fan of the lander. That's 12,000. And it only has a single area to drop off. It does accelerate going down here a lot, though. But you kind of have to commit to going down here quite a bit. It's just a Sammy only thing, Sammy and Drake, because their landers can go 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So from this harbor they can drop off. Everyone else that gets a lander has to do it from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But as we can see here, Sammy's actually in a spot of trouble. Still very far ahead economically. Oh, that was a huge mistake. Was it? Okay, never mind. I thought this was blocked off for some reason. It's not blocked off. So this can be interrupted by Sammy. Bam, bam. I actually got that city, which I am flabbergasted by. Gets the copter kill here, kills the recon here, so that's pretty nice. If this would be a lot better if this T-copter had been lined up to pick up a mech right away, and then could drop one off to help defend the anti-air. Okay, so here what you go for is you don't just send an infantry in, you go recon infantry if you want to deny this kind of thing. The problem with just sending an infantry in is, one, you don't kill it, but also two, now you're sitting next to this and you're at an injured amount of health, so any of their reinforcing infantry can just kind of pick you off. If you go recon infantry, then the reinforcing infantry can hit you, but they can't kill you, and you'll completely kill the infantry on the comm tower, which is really nice. I'm not quite sure what... I guess the artillery is guarding this tank. You love the lander at Habits Habits can fight you. I mean, we'll see. So far the lander has transported a tank, and it got it there quite quickly. So we'll see if that matters. The anti-air goes down. So that was an anti-air for a copter. It's not... you can kind of look at the position on the battlefield as to whether or not that was a fine trade. And it's kind of in the middle, so it's probably okay. However, I would say that it definitely benefited more Andy than it does Sammy, because Andy has another copter on the way, or Sammy has no more anti-air, and there wasn't one built. So tempo-wise, in the copter anti-air wars, this trade was very beneficial for Andy. And Sammy might start feeling the pain next turn. Very good pick off over here. So the tank that got dropped off did get a nice hit. I would probably recommend going for the 9 health tank to knock it down lower. I'm surprised that... Did that do 7 damage? Strongest Sammy tank in the West. That must have had quite a bit of chip on it. Oh no. Okay, so this can interrupt for one more turn. But this recon can't actually reach. It's a follow-up. And here comes the anti-air. Just retreats. I agree with this. Just preserve the infantry. Let Andy take the comm tower. Totally fine. We have Copter trying to stop Copter. Now that's very, very beneficial for Andy. As Andy, of course, heals up Copters with the super, which gives Andy very, very strong Copter on Copter fights, even when getting first struck. The maxiest tank Sammy ever built, yeah. I had to double check that Sammy didn't have both comm towers. That was a low 1 comm tower Sammy, so that was just a normal firepower tank. Ooh, here comes the big boys from Andy here. Which is very beneficial. The anti-air gets brought down here. Which I guess is fine. It can make its way into the middle through this forest, so long as Andy doesn't lock that down. I think the anti-air needs to kind of make its way into the middle more than the forest. Okay, so we have a power out of Sammy here. Trying to kill off this copter, I assume. That was nice. Hey, that's very good. So you can see here, if Sammy didn't use the power and didn't have all the infantry follow up, and this is like probably would be knocked down to 4. It'd probably be like 4-7, and then Andy uses the super and goes up to 9 and just kills your copter. That's why Andy has really good copters. Here, AutoSpinCurb recognizes the danger, uses infantry to finish it off. Okay, so what's going on here is AutoSpinCurb is seeing that there's a chance to one-shot this, and so is sacrificing these 2 guys to do the chip damage to get the kill. And does get the kill, which is nice. Now the downside here is that AutoSpinCurb is Sammy, and it's going to end up losing 3 foot soldiers here to kill this tank. Because both these guys die in the sacrifice, and the mech's going to die from all these infantry in the next turn. So in that way, it's not a great trade. Oh, maybe not. Okay, that was quite a bit of damage done to the infantry swarm. So it's possible the mech will live. If the mech lives, then it's definitely worth it. And Sammy's been doing a good job of keeping the infantry count nice and healthy. We're at 18 with 5 mechs. That's very good. I don't know if that guaranteed the sacrifice. It might have, though. Sammy mechs hit very hard. And we have a Sammy fighter. Sammy fighters are pretty decent. They're not as good as Andy fighters. Okay, I'm not sure what Andy's doing here. Andy has super, so could use super this turn and do a lot of damage. Like, this is a full health tank. It's not a 5 health tank. There's a lot of tanks over here. There's obvious targets for them to hit. They could just run over this entire front down here. They could attack up if they really wanted to. But Andy's being a little tentative. Which I'm not a fan of. Also, these captures, I don't know what's going on with that. Just wanted to start throwing away some infantry. It's not great. Great mech strike there. So AutoSpinCurb has been doing a really good job of finishing off those Andy units. Which might have been what's giving PixiePunch some pause here. They might be like, I want more injured units before I use my super. And that can sometimes be what you want. you can like develop a nice stock or bank of injured units that you accumulate throughout the game, and then you heal them all up on your super turn. But you can also just use your super to give you +1 movement, plus attack on everything, and just heal up what you have injured, do some attacks before you use your super, that kind of thing. Right now, AutoSpinCurb is in an amazing position, though. The unit count is heavily in Sammy's favor, and Andy isn't using the super to kind of leverage stronger vehicles. So that's going to end up costing PixiePunch quite a bit here, as we lose another vehicle. AutoSpinCurb has got the 2-hit KOs down. Brings a medium tank over here too. We got the T-copters fully deployed. Bomber and fighter. So AutoSpinCurb is in full-on Sammy destruction mode here. Once you reach a critical mass of mechs, it becomes very, very difficult for anyone to really bust it without a very large tank force. So we have the Andy super here. It's a little bit too late. A lot of the tanks have already been taken out, so there isn't a ton of punch to this super like you would normally like. Which is a shame. Now, Andy bombers are really good. It looks like AutoSpinCurb was on it, though. The nice thing about Andy bombers is that normally anti-air cannot one-shot a bomber. They knock it down to 2 or 1, and then you can just get a lot of charge from that and heal back up to 6 or 7 and be just a happy bomber. In this case, though, AutoSpinCurb has a fighter ready, which will be able to one-shot a bomber. Also has just like a ton of infantry and units in general. The unit count is heavily in AutoSpinCurb's favor here. I'm not so sure about that double time, but that's okay. I think saving up for a victory march would probably be worth it. Okay. AutoSpinCurb is running into a problem, which is just having too many units. Almost at the unit cap, which is a problem that you want to have when you're not sensei. I'm not sure why the fighter retreated. I guess didn't see the bomber, maybe. Okay. Oh, we have mega tank. Okay. So I like this. Kind of recognize Sammy's kicking your butt up here and in the middle. So strike on the other part. We've got Andy fighters. Andy fighters, very similar to Andy bombers, are very good because nothing one-shots a fighter without a lot of firepower boosts. So it's a great resource to get more charge for Andy and heal up and be very, very effective. Fighters hit fighters much like a tank hits a tank, so it takes 2 fighters to kill a fighter. Where fighters do one-shot bombers. So Andy fighters are just that good. You were going to do Mega on Lander. So Mega on Lander's decent. It's really only going to be effective if they're attacking you down here. Which Andy is. So it could make an impact. At this point, though, AutoSpinCurb is just so far ahead that they could do almost anything. And be totally fine. The anti-air goes down, but there is a fighter over here. Very happy. I will say, though, AutoSpinCurb is buying another fighter and an anti-air. I was like, there isn't really that much anti-air capabilities, so if Andy is able to trade a bomber and then have both fighters kill this fighter, could start turning some stuff around. Let's see here. So because there's no really that many copters on the field, it's kind of hard for Sammy to just sacrifice into a victory march here. Medium tanks can't hit bombers to sacrifice, and bombers can't hit fighters to sacrifice, so a lot of sacrificial plays that you'd normally look at to get a super and just win the game aren't actually on the table here. But just has a more leisurely, aggressive approach here. Andy's down to a single bomber. The placement here, and Andy being unable to kill this infantry, means that well, I guess Andy could have killed this fighter. I would have had to hit from here and here. But decides to just go for this and interrupt this capture. And then resign. That's a fair resign. Sammy played that very, very well. Yeah. AutoSpinCurb could have taken this comp tower at pretty much any point. So what happened to Andy was just not using that super. Like here, Andy is behind. That and the being slowed down a lot because of the opening. But here, Andy gets smacked pretty hard by the Sammy power. And then there's a lot of tanks here. And they all have great targets in range down here. Like, even this guy can reach this infantry with the super. But then it just doesn't get used. And once Sammy kind of gets away with this aggression, the game is completely over. So, very well played, AutoSpinCurb. Yo, what's up? Just doing some replays. Next we have Sent to Shade. Oh. It should be Sturm versus Von Bolt. According to my notes here. I'm not seeing it. That's very weird. I'm gonna have to put a pin in that one. And I'll have to find that one, I guess. We'll skip to the next one. Sorry about that. Yeah, Hawke versus Hawke. There we go. The ruler. The chat's fine. The chat's fine. Oh, okay, this game. Yeah, I couldn't find the replay. I'll have to look through my Discord messages. You apologize in advance for submitting this? Oh my. I guess they're facing each other very nicely. Okay, Jonathan. Face to the left. To the right. You wanted to get some opinion on how your play is in a unit build-up situation? Okay. So this is a high funds map. There's a couple openings you can go for. You can go for early indirects to try and lock this kind of 4-city area here. You can go for early APC, which can go either for this 4-city area, or you can also go for your airport really quickly. As these are both Hawke, I imagine they're going to go for the airport quickly to try and get the comm tower for that juicy 20% attack power. In fact, they both go for the APC opening here. And this is definitely going for the airport. You can see you go over here. I would recommend dropping off here. It doesn't super matter. It just is... it just makes your opponent possibly overreact, because you could be going for these center properties or over here or something. If you drop off here, then you're pretty clearly going for either of these. Okay. A very similar kind of setup here. Looks like this is going to go for these properties. Are they both rushing the airport? Looks like it. And then we have an APC on this side. So the nice thing about the APC over here is that it can boost this infantry to go for this property. Is this my opening that I did against Starflash? Okay, yeah, the boost that Zoltan did over here did not actually boost anything. Could have just walked there. I guess against Starflash, I put my infantry on the lab. Oh, okay, this is not the opening I did against Starflash. Okay, so we're getting some nice little boosts. I don't think this one super matters, but it's okay. Could be wrong, it might be going for this spot. I guess you could go there anyway. Sometimes boosting isn't about a movement, it's about sending a message. That's true. That's true. Okay. You got the tanks coming out to interrupt any capture shenanigans. Sure. Looks like this APC is going to be used to go into the middle. Okay. I think what happened here was Jonathan sent the APC over here with the expectation that they were going to build an infantry, and then they looked up here and they're like, oh my gosh, there's actually attacking forces, and instead builds a medium tank, and then the APC just feels kind of funny. which can definitely happen. That's something that you just kind of work on with transport play, and it's really hard to. What? I'm not sure why this guy went here. Usually you'd want to be in a spot like maybe here that this guy could jump into, and he would like drop off over here or something. And now this guy can't hop in there. So you'd have to be using when you're very forward infantry. Or ideally you're transporting your back infantry, but maybe this guy just wants to go for the city. Okay. So we have copter first from Jonathan. We got tank, copter, infantry, which is fine. I would expect a fast bomber from Zoltan here. A little bit questionable attack here. Usually it's in high funds, it's often worth it to kind of do like these interrupt plays. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess this medium tank can't hit from the city, so it's okay. But there's going to be copter coverage, so. I mean, Zoltan did not go for the bomber. So I would go for a fast bomber here, because with the 10% attack boost that both Hawks have, they can actually one-shot this pipe scene, and then they can get this comm tower, which gives them the 20% attack boost, which lets them clear any city with same type units, as well as get a one-shot there. Okay. We blocking. It's not quite a block. Actually, it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is, unless this infantry interrupts the capture to clear the way for this strike. Which is probably not worth it with this copter in play. So we'll... Okay, still sticking with copters. Not a huge fan of going with these just really light units. It's okay to do it with like a bunch of copters, but I wouldn't want to stick with just tanks and artillery, because what's going to happen is your opponent's going to build like a single neo tank, and then all of your tanks just get to cower in fear. This is a nice block. And it looks like Zoltan doesn't want to get involved over there, which I respect. Alright. Copter medium tank. Totally fine. So the reason you want to just... the players are just constantly producing copters from this airport is because unit count is really, really important. Plus, copters force a response from the opponent. So if you're constantly able to produce from your airport, you're maximizing how many units you build. And if your opponent does not match that, then they can run into situations where you're kind of even in units on both of these fronts, but then the player that's been building a bunch of airport units has a lot of stuff to take the middle, that kind of thing. So we'll see how they've been using a lot of tanks here. We got 4 and 5 tanks respectively. Here comes the Neo tank. The Neo tank kind of laughs at the tanks that are produced, although there's only 2 over here right now. The tanks are more of like a support unit. Okay. Wait for the interrupt there. I'm not a huge fan of it. It's like a 2,000 value damage because it delays the cap for a turn, but unless you can permanently deny that cap, losing the infantry is probably going to hurt you more. There's also a 3 health infantry and your Hawke with extra firepower, so it could be used as a wall breaker. If you're able to actually deny this for more than a turn, it could be, or like permanently deny it, then that's definitely worth it. Otherwise, you're just costing them 2,000 value when they have 42k income, which is not much, while hurting your own unit count. So they build a fighter here in response to the bomber, which is really, really good for you, assuming that you're using the bomber to clear this pipe seam. Because that means you'll have at least 1, maybe even 2 whole turns with a comm tower advantage while having very many units on the field. Okay, did go for the pipe seam break. I'm going to assume a black boat's being built here because it wasn't a T-copter, it was a fighter built. Okay, that's really weird. So the fighter's being built to counter this fighter, but you have time. I guess it's because this copter wandered into fighter range. You're a bit slow on the comm tower cap. Gotcha. That's very unfortunate, because now you're gonna lose the advantage that you got from breaking the pipe seam faster than they did. Ideally, in a perfect world, you would have built the black boat and the bomber on the same turn, if you're going to go for that route. Otherwise, you go T-copter next turn. But if you on the same turn, then you get this like as fast as possible, which can make a really big difference in these kind of fights. You thought you need it right away to not get locked. Well, you're not. It's okay if they have 1 fighter and they try and lock your airport when you can build a fighter. They hit your fighter, and then you can hit them back after your repairs and then build another fighter. If they had 2 fighters, then yeah, you would have to, because then they would be threatening to like clear the airport and then sit on the airport. Okay, there's the T-copter. It is covered by the fighter, very important, otherwise this fighter... Okay, it can't reach. If it could reach, that would be very embarrassing. So Jonathan is going in with a very invested push on the right. Very minimal defense on the left. And then Zoltan just resigns. What? I'm not sure why Zoltan resigned here. I mean, this push does look very scary, but it's not really doing anything yet. Where on this side, Zoltan can already start capturing a city and just kind of pressuring you down and kind of let you overextend into airport base. Maybe Zoltan felt like they were too slow on the comm tower. What are my thoughts about light vehicles versus heavy vehicles for Eagle and Standard? It's a mixture. You want a mixture. For Eagle, you want a few heavy vehicles that can like break the wall and then let all the little tanks in and gobble everything up. If you go, unless you have lots of time, then you can go pure heavy vehicle, I guess. That's pretty interesting. The how this game played out. I'm not sure why Zoltan resigned. It might have been just being uncomfortable with the large armies. It looked like Jonathan was doing pretty well. You can see we've kind of got the death ball strategy here with the outer shell of infantry and then the inner shell, or the innards of the vehicles, especially the artillery. I'd prefer a Neo tank over a medium tank. Neo tanks can one-shot tanks. That's important. Especially if it's fog. Neo tanks are way better than medium tanks in fog. Because they're faster. And they're faster and they don't completely die to Neo tanks jumping on them. Got Vago 3000 versus Shiroishi, or Shiro. And the fog, and the hills have eyes. I mean, you can use medium tanks, no problem. If you're going to use the medium tanks, I would recommend more artillery. That's kind of what the advantage you're going to get, is instead of being a Neo tank, you'll go medium tank arty. So this is Comp Buys map. Ooh. Vago is already using the lander to accelerate some middle captures here. Which I assume the lander is going to be used to just take this peninsula really quickly. I kind of like doing that. I've kind of gone to favoring dropping off a single infantry over here to get a few captures. You know you're going to lose the peninsula. It's like impossible to hold. And then sending the lander this way. There's a few ways you can use this lander. You can, of course, use it to get this airport. You can use it to pick up vehicles over here. Like right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Drop them off here. Take this peninsula faster. You can even use it to start attacking the base over here once you've taken this peninsula. Which is something I haven't done on this map yet, but would probably be pretty fun. Looks like it's going to be used just to accelerate some infantry down this way. Isn't this map kind of like Normandy? Only if you want it to be. It's like Normandy if you try and protect the peninsula. It's like a worse Normandy in that case. But you have a lot of flexibility in what you want to do with your lander. If you go into this map expecting to hold your peninsula, then you're going to have a miserable time. You kind of just have to accept that this is going to fall, and there's nothing you can do about it. Oh, look at this. Both players are like, yep. So Chiro's doing what I favor. Drop off a single infantry over here. Let them capture some stuff. then send the lander over and do other stuff with it. I guess it's going to be dropped off here and here. Very awkward, it has to be dropped off towards the back, but it is what it is. Right. Early recon sent to the middle, I think, is a very, very good. I also like delaying sending an infantry back here and just send them all into the middle. Because what happens is both peninsulas fall and then there's a fight in the middle. So if you already own the properties in the middle, you're going to be at a huge advantage. Because it's a lot easier to defend your properties than it is to capture a property when big armies are involved. And Shira goes for this comm tower right away. That's because this recon's about to get some action. Oh, interesting. So Vago is thinking, I'm not going to be using this tank in the middle. I'm going to use it to take the peninsula. And then builds a black boat. So I don't agree with this. That is very expensive. And it's spotted too. So over here, I think I would prefer if both cities just get interrupted because there's so much support coming in. But it's fine. Oh, okay. I'm actually gonna be right back, guys. I have to put some chickens to bed. Sorry about that. Alrighty. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. You attacked before capping the comm tower. That can happen. Okay. So we'll see what happens with this tank now, because I think it was pretty clearly being lined up to hop into this lander. But now, I mean, there's definitely an argument to sending it mid, yeah. And then double recon. Okay. So this is really good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah. Really good for Shiro. The only thing I would have done differently is either attack from this side with this infantry or move it over here. So that both of these cities could be captured next turn. What's really good about this is all of the vision that Vago had is gone, so this tank can't actually get these juicy strikes from the city. Very nice. And then for this lander, I would really like it to get this airport. Yep, the tank just gets to come over and sit on the city. Very threatening. Okay, where's the mech? So Shiro should feel very, very confident about picking any fight against Vago because this black boat's like an entire tank that hasn't been built. Unfortunately, there's only one tank here, but now that the artillery are kind of in play, it looks like Shiro's going to break this pipe seam. I would much prefer if the artillery is being sent to the middle. Because you really want to take these properties as soon as possible. It looks like Shiro has decided, I don't really want to fight in the middle. I'm actually just going to send a huge force through the middle to try and defend the peninsula. Breaking this pipe seam, the only advantage it really gets you is that you can go into the more directly into the middle without being seen, because this gets in the middle pretty much just the same. Like, the pipe seam isn't right here, so either way you're stepping around the pipe, so it's not a huge advantage. If the pipe seam was right here, I could see more of an argument for it, because then you'd get the advantage of not being spotted and you wouldn't have to go around a pipe to go into the middle. Okay, so Vago has managed to get some captures here with this black boat. That's worked out pretty decently. Neither player has used their lander to take this airport, which is very weird. It's kind of a free property and it's a production facility. Okay, so if you're going to go for this capture, I'm not a huge fan of the artillery here. I'd much prefer artillery right here, and then you can put infantry guarding it. It's safer in the forest, but it's not perfectly guarding the city. there's still two sides that they can attack from, and it's the two sides that are most likely to attack from, because it's the two that are facing the entrance that they have into the middle. Okay, the pipe seam's been hit. Did I pick up a tank? Pick up an infantry. Okay, these guys. Okay. The plan here is to drop them off over here. Okay, comm towers being captured. Shiro can deny that. Can also deny this one, which is really good. The tank did not get in on this fight. It saw this tank. Very wise. And here, if this artillery was here, it would just kill the recon with maybe an infantry following it up, and then you don't have to risk anything else going after that recon, which is really nice. Looks like we have a double hit down here. I probably would have finished the property personally and just done a single hit, and then sent the recon down so that I could do recon and then one of these infantry on the next turn to finish off the guy. That's fine. Okay, lantern is being used to get the airport. Very nice. cheeky block. That's because Shiro actually, with extra vision, got to see the lander going down here. Takes out the recon. I'd probably want to capture with this infantry, so I can set this infantry up to threaten to take this city if the tank steps off, to like, try and take out this infantry, for instance. I guess this guy can also do that. So very nice fight for Shiro over here. And so far, the plan of sending some forces over through the middle down to the peninsula has kind of been working out nicely. Kill the recon with the arty. I said with an infantry follow-up. It's a Sonia arty, it's true. It would have chip damage. It would work. Okay, Kindle being Kindle. Big old swings, even without a comm tower. Smack, says the mech. There's a tank and an infantry in that lander. Okay. This tank is just chilling here. No fear. Okay, the pipe seam has been broken, so these guys will start flooding into the middle. Kindle should definitely expect some copters, because, I mean, the pipe seam's being attacked. Gets the city from Kindle, which is really good. Goes after this recon. Knows where this artillery is, due to being Sonia with the extra vision. This recon should probably start heading down here if you're trying to hold that peninsula. Ooh. I guess nothing else can finish this guy off, so yeah. 9 health, the recon moves forward, sees a lot of very valuable information. Unfortunately, can't quite cover the recon with the artillery there. And we have heavy copter production going on here from Shiro. Ooh. Kindle does not go in on this recon. So it's going to maintain this really nice vision. It's trying to get this this comm tower. pretty desperately. So the middle is being held very nicely by Shiro, while Vago has some pretty good presence on the sides here, so we'll see if Shiro is able to transition nicely. Basically, all these copters can very easily just swing over to this peninsula with some vehicles and take out these guys. The fight over here, Shiro doesn't really have anything that can deal with this double tank. So, I think it's quite questionable to even go for that strike. I don't see any follow-up. We got classic Sonia. Ooh, it looks like Kindle is going to get this comm tower briefly, but with the two comm towers come over, or not comm towers, the two copters come over, it'll be very easy for Shiro to just take this back. Although, with that infantry going in for the strike, there isn't actually a healthy infantry around in range to take it. So we're going to have a very awkward phase here for Shiro, where they're going to be up quite a bit in economy, but down both comm towers. We'll see how that plays out. Urban Blight. I don't understand that Urban Blight. I think that's just a Urban Blight on cooldown kind of thing. If I was Vago here and I wanted a specific use of my Urban Blight, it would be to stop the comm tower being taken later on. A pretty questionable Urban Blight, although this tank will not be struck. It's very risky, by the way, to just kind of put your tank like that on a property, a forward property where you don't have vision. It's not impossible for like an artillery to be right here on this missile platform, for instance, and just shell you. The only reason I attacked the peninsula is I didn't want them to have double comm tower for so many turns. Sonia would love to have both comm towers, but who wouldn't? Okay. So this is totally fine. I would be very impressed if Kindle's able to actually hold this comm tower. Okay, if you're gonna dive in with an anti-air like that, you better build maybe even two. I guess you can only afford one. Okay, that's a dead anti-air. Tempo-wise, it's not so bad. It's like the anti-air took 3 turns to get to there to replace it, and it's 2 turns for a copter, so it's not so bad. But it isn't very well backed up, so I expect it to just kind of die. Oh. Well, if I was going to kill it, I wouldn't kill it from there, though. I'd probably kill it from here. I don't want to be further towards my my opponent like that. Okay. So, pretty good turn here for Shiro with the power. The only thing is there's not enough tanks, so the copters are going to have to do all the work. Probably would go after that tank, given that there isn't an anti-air on the way. It's just another tank. And then you can use this copter for that. Okay, we got copter plus recon. Copter, bring over the artillery, makes sense. Bring over another artillery. You see how much vision Shiro has. There's just like this little triangle in the center. In this section over here. Okay, here we go. We got a medium tank now. Infantry goes forward to take out the vision. And one of the infantry. Vago is running a little low on them. 13 to 24. Okay. The only thing that Shiro is missing here is some semblance of a tank count. We only have 2, and they're both over here. But if it comes down to copters versus tanks, of course copters are going to win, so it's not so bad. The only thing is, once these anti-air actually make it into the field, why did the anti-air move there? Where was it? What? I guess it's setting itself up for the lander in like 3 turns or something? Anti-airs cannot cross the river, so it's a little stranded. It's not even covering this tank. So we'll see how well Shiro punishes this. They didn't quite have the info about what was being built. And if they did know, they would have known that anti-air got built here and would probably expect it to move down here. At least I would. And so, wouldn't start sending copters in. If this recon had like moved onto this city, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I guess it would have to move right here. It's a very awkward spot. It would have seen this anti-air, and then I imagine the copters would start striking these tanks. Oh, the copters go in and strike the tanks anyway. Very happy, and I'm sure confused to see the anti-air here, because that doesn't cover this tank. I'm very confused why this copter went after this guy instead of one of these guys. I do approve usually of killing off units, but if it's a 1 health tank in comparison to like knocking a 9 health tank down to 5 or 4, I'd probably go for the 9 health tank. Okay, here comes the Urban Blight. Is going to delay this comm tower capture. The anti-air realizes its mistake. It might have just been a mistiming with the lander. That's what happened there. Tank falls back. I'm not sure why there's this insistence on this tank line here. They're very vulnerable to copters. But seems like Vago really wants to have those guys there. Yeah, over here gets cleaned up pretty nicely. Comm tower's going to go down next turn. I don't think there's nothing that can stop it. These are all essentially free hits. This is like, this copter can cover it, but there's more copters to fight the copter. Anti-air's on the way. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a fair spot to resign. Kindle was in a decent spot. Probably invested a little too much trying to hold this comm tower. And that stuff just kind of got cleaned up. And then I don't know what was up with the tank line there. You did not understand how an AA was there. I didn't understand it either. I mean, I can only assume it was either trying to set up to get picked up by the lander, or maybe Vago for a second forgot that there's rivers here. I was like, oh, this is such a faster way through. I don't have to go through the forest. GG. Okay, and then we have JTQWN versus Incuggarch. Which was sent in by Incuggarch. And I was promised many, many, many artillery. So, we'll see if that promise falls through. I like this matchup a lot. I think that Sasha versus Von Bolt is very fun. No one's rushing into comm towers here. Just totally fine. So the purpose of going for this property first is, of course, to get the income really quickly. But from this property, you can also go to this one in 2 turns, which is a pretty nice little chain. Okay, I imagine Incuggarch is going to go for this city. There we go. And then there's the artillery. So this is, I would say, the meta opening that Incuggarch is doing here. And it looks like JTQWN is also doing the meta opening. They're just slightly different on their 1-base sides, which is fine. It looks like Incuggarch's going for a more aggressive 1-base side, going for these forward properties, potentially going for a comm tower interrupt and a permanent lock with the artillery. I don't think that's going to be super viable, but it might happen. Where JTQWN is a little more invested in the back, so we'll probably get the airport sooner. Okay, very classic. Looks like they didn't go more for the back. So we're just going to see very, very similar openings here. Almost handshaking everything, really. Oh, Incuggarch's like, you know what? Breaking this pipe team is overrated. I'm going to be very aggressive with this artillery. Might have been worried about an interrupt here. I don't think that's something to be really worried about. The other thing that might be going on is wants the artillery presence in the center to try and deny some of these properties. Okay. So this pipe seam is going to go down next turn, and the tank will be unleashed. Incuggarch has double artillery on the 1-base side, so ready for the tank to try and attack and get shot down. Oh, okay. So we do indeed have a very forward artillery here. This is to try and get this property, I assume. Because this infantry set up here, and this artillery doesn't get there in time to lock it. Which is pretty interesting play. I imagine that will result in this tank swinging down. But we'll see. Looks like the artillery are just kind of set themselves up in a nice little defensive formation here. This spot isn't actually defended. Okay, but that's fine. The infantry leaves it, and now this is covering these cities. This is covering this infantry. There's only one infantry that can hit, so you don't have any breakthroughs. Okay. The infantry hit this comm tower, not the comm tower, the pipe seam. Alright, so we are indeed going for this city. It's probably going to get interrupted by an infantry, and then I imagine this tank's going to come down and help this artillery to completely lock it. The tank isn't really doing anything up here right now. But we'll see. Indeed, here it comes. So it's very weird that Von Bolt is kind of keeping up with Sasha in the artillery count. Usually the matchup is more artillery heavy for Sasha to help make up for the fact that Von Bolt just has stronger stats. Okay. Incuggarch just takes the infantry kill and then leaves the city. Totally fine. And then starts moving into the center here. There's a tank covering all of this. I think this doesn't work out for Incuggarch if JTQWN really insists on attacking here. There's going to be multiple tanks showing up, as well as the potential for multiple artillery. It kind of depends on what JTQWN, or JT, I'll just call them JT, wants to do. Because they can kind of just swing down with artillery and tanks and join it into a nice massive brawl in the center, which Von Bolt would really like to do. Looks like that is not what they want to do, though. They want to just face off over here against the one base. That's very, very good for Incuggarch. Because now Incuggarch's infantry wall is very healthy, and the artillery has some time to get into position. Just like this. A very, very well guarded artillery there. Looks like JT wants to try and break through here. So, as far as artillery you'd prefer to hit this one over this one with a tank. And the reason is, this one that was hit is actually guarded by the built tank on the base, where this one isn't. And both of them are guarded by 2 artillery. So this is introducing another unit to the fight that you don't want to have to deal with. So this is not going to end well for JT. Both this tank is now, of course, in range of this artillery. This tank gets to join in the fight on this tank. This tank can swing in, this artillery can move up, and then the wall of infantry can come in to help protect. Like, that play is not possible if you're going after this artillery instead. Here comes the market crash. This is a market crash for stats. Looks like we're just going for infantry wounds rather than infantry kills there. And you can see the artillery have now set up with a nice infantry wall, while also having Von Bolt versus Von Bolt stats for this turn, which makes breaking this really annoying, although there is a 3 health artillery that could do it if it wanted to. Okay, looks like we have a sacrificial breakthrough here. I mean, there's a lot of stuff staring at that tank. I don't know about that. Okay. So, I'm not a huge fan of the attack on this by JT. There's a lot of units kind of giving shots to units that don't necessarily need to be able to attack. Like now this artillery can shoot this guy can shoot this guy or this guy can shoot this guy or it can shoot there, this guy gets to shoot here, so pretty much all the attacking units get to be wiped out. This is the advantage of having artillery, of course. In plentiful numbers. Incuggarch's kind of spoiled for choices here. Does go for the 2-shot here. Infantry tries to get that. Does get the kill. This artillery moves down here to a safer spot that can heal up. Tank gets a nice... gets to finish that off pretty nicely. And Incuggarch starts falling back. So this medium tank has now been introduced into this fray, and JT doesn't really have a great answer for it. There's some artillery, but the number of infantry over here isn't looking super healthy for walling for them against these tanks and the medium tank. So probably wants to try and just kind of slam into here while the medium tank and all of that's invested over here isn't able to interact. Decides to go over here instead. So I'm not a huge fan of that because now the medium tank is involved in this fight. Although I can understand not wanting to have to deal with all this. I mean, look at all this artillery. Okay, it looks like Incuggarch isn't going to do anything super fancy with an attack over here. I'm not sure if there was something super fancy. This walling infantry, I think, was actually enough to stop the medium tank from swinging around. And then there isn't a great breakthrough over here. You could go for this tank strike, but there's no way to get the artillery behind it. Yeah, that's fine. Just decides to block the city instead. Let this one go. Strike over here because it's outside of artillery range, and then kind of trying to try and guard it with a bunch of artillery so that these tanks can't come in to punish it very easily. You have this game, but you're Javier instead of Sasha. Any advice? That advice is always make sure to get your comm tower, and then you can kind of continually pressure Von Bolt's comm tower. If you get 2 comm towers, you'll just win the game. Probably. Okay. Copter buy makes a lot of sense. Okay, looks like Von Bolt is going to try and fight over here inside the double RD range, and then bring in some... Okay, this is something you can do, although there's not quite enough artillery invested into it. This guy needs to move up here. That works too. So what you can do is you can kind of attack and then put artillery in the range of the other artillery, and then you have like a tank advantage because you got all the first strikes. And then if they use their artillery to shoot your tanks, you can use your artillery to shoot their artillery. If they use their artillery to shoot your artillery, your tanks can kind of break through and get to their artillery in the end. The downside is, of course, his medium tank still gets to join this fray, which makes it a lot worse. So, Incuggarch gets to kind of bust through and get some strikes on the artillery. It's not the worst for Von Bolt here. But it's not the best. There's a lot of units that are just not quite in the fray. They'd like to be. I'm a little... I don't really like this move from Incuggarch over here. The tank moves forward to there, which opens up the copter and the tank into this fray. And it looks like it was done just so this artillery could move here. I'm trying to see why the artillery needs to move there. I guess it's moved there to guard this tank. I mean, the anti-air can also come in on this copter. I feel like it's a lot better for the artillery to just move over here and bring the tank along, but I don't know. We'll see. So the defensive strategy for this tank is that it's going to be a copter tank that kills it. So artillery is here for the tank, and anti-air is here for the copter. We'll see how that plays out. It is happening within base range, which is always very risky. Looks like JT's like, I'm just not going to mess with that, and then sends the copter up here. Which is fine. Does still go for this tank strike. And builds another tank and another copter. I imagine we're going to go in for this city pretty soon. And just to finish off a tank using a mighty infantry. Okay, this is more what I wanted Von Bolt to be doing earlier on. Is because Incuggarch doesn't really have that much... Incuggarch has more pressure over here than they did earlier on. Because before they had like 2 infantry, now they have 4. But when Incuggarch's infantry count over here was much lower, you could kind of just ignore it and strike the center. Before Incuggarch was able to really set up with this artillery line, but now we have artillery lines facing artillery lines, which is always fun. So the downside to not going for that copter strike over here when it was available is now this anti-air is really protected. And it'll be able to start striking copters and get covered while doing so. The stall, you gotta go. It's okay. Alright, JT's gonna lose this city. I guess doesn't have to, but this tank has a lot of targets. It doesn't really want to be used for that. Ooh. Manages to save that city. Has to put a lot of units in harm's way to do so. JT actually has kind of a serious threat of getting a Von Bolt super here. It has like a really serious threat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know if after this, just like tank and then copter into AA is enough to have a super land right here. If so, Incuggarch would be in kind of a world of hurt. Okay, yeah, definitely could have gone for it. Right? After this strike, we'd need like 7,000. You have like that attack? Yeah, I mean, there was definitely a Von Bolt super here. But it's not going to get it now. Well, the one copter is going to be more than 1 bar. It's going to be a little bit more than 1 bar. You'll lose the copter, but you'll also do some damage to the anti-air. That would have been quite the blowout. Okay, but now half the bar goes away. That helps Incuggarch a lot here. Another anti-air comes up to replace the one that's been injured, which doesn't actually die. It gets to go back and heal. BB Copter doesn't die from attacking Sasha anti-air. Ooh. Maybe it wasn't as guaranteed of a super then. Still had tank on medium tank though. I think those two combined. That is true, that's true. I would be shocked if that was not a possible Von Bolt super. Shocked and chagrined. So if Von Bolt wants to stop this, it looks like it's going to have to be a multiple sacrifice. In which case you have to go for the sacrifices earlier. I guess the 4 might still be able to sacrifice it. Well, the 1 and 2 can. Maybe you can go 1 and 2, or 2 and 1 and then 4 and then finish it. Seems like we're not going to go for any of that. Any of those kind of shenanigans? Okay, we got the artillery covering the copters, so that the anti-air can get taken out after they strike the copters. And we have another market crash here for some nice Von Bolt stats for Incuggarch. He decides to start falling back. These copters have been getting away with murder. Just kind of what copters want to do. And JT resigns here. They were at 19 properties to 22. So I think that's fair, pretty fair of a resign. I imagine it was because this copter's unanswered. And it's really hard to break through all these artillery. So I think... Well, Incuggarch had very, very good artillery placement throughout the whole battle. And when you're going against artillery placement, you really have to look at where... You can either strike where the artillery are going to set up before they get there, to make it really awkward for them, or you have to strike where they're kind of not. I mean, I guess I'd have to look at this through the move planner, but I can only imagine that there was a Von Bolt super here, and that would have been a huge tide turner. The other time, I think JT had an opportunity is right before Von Bolt, right before Incuggarch sets up in the center here, and there's just these two infantry. Instead of trying to kind of collapse on the one base side, consolidating in the middle for a really nice brawl, the only thing that Incuggarch has to back up like this capture, for instance, right now is this single tank, and JT gets to bring in this tank for backup, this tank for backup, start bringing down these artillery with the infantry blocking, and I don't think it would just win the game. But I think JT would be in a much better position for the brawl. Because when you back up over here, then Incuggarch's like, yes, I get my properties, and now I'll take up the central position for this brawl with the artillery all set up. You'll notice that Incuggarch does not try and pressure this one base side. And then we have the really nice artillery placements that Incuggarch goes for, and JT kind of tries to match arty to arty, but the stat difference isn't that impressive when you're talking about how much damage artillery do to each other, and they do to tanks. So usually if you're playing Von Bolt against Sasha, I would say you could get some artillery, just not be completely artillery heavy. But as Sasha against Von Bolt, I definitely agree with the number of artillery that are used here. Plus it's Incuggarch, and Incuggarch loves all those arties. So very nicely played. Okay, we can get one more game in here. Which is going to be Duci versus AlexArcanus. Ooh. I just got a game on this map with the same same matchup, although swapped positions. So we'll see how this plays out. I kind of imagine, or I expect recon opener from Sturm, tank opening from Hawke to try and counter the recon opening. Is what I think we're seeing so far. Looks like the recon's going straight through the center, and there's the tank. Okay, the recon's just going center and then up. Totally fine. Oh, okay, a single recon and then into an artillery. So that makes me think some sort of comm tower play that Sturm's going to go for. Double artillery. And why does that make me think comm tower play? Because artillery are really good at holding down a specific spot. So you need to choose a spot that is very contested, that both players want, and that would be comm towers. It could also be a specific property, contested property, but the only ones that are really contested tend to be these really corner ones. And there's not great spots for artillery there. You could also do it for this one, which might be where this one guy's headed, so it holds the comm tower and this city. Looks like Hawke has also got comm towers on the mind. They both do. Sees this tank. Decides to move the artillery down this way. That's fair. It might be a little bit daring to go into this forest without any tank backup of your own. Actually, where was this artillery? Okay, so I would you could definitely go for this. You'd put artillery into this forest, and then you'd bring this artillery up here onto this road, and then block for it with infantry. And that would probably scare this tank away. And the tiles over here would be covered by this artillery, which makes it kind of awkward for this tank to hit your own artillery in this forest, but it's fine. There's really no rush to get the comm towers here. Not when you have some nice indirect setups. So there's a pretty quick copter from Alex here, but Hawke is very much prepared for this. Okay, the artillery don't quite know where they want to go right now. This one is trying to lock this comm tower, but it has to stand just kind of in the field to do that, which is really risky. And then this one is just kind of like guarding infantry sitting on cities, which aren't very likely to be hit. I don't like that maneuver the Hawke just did, because that just showed, like, I have a tank here. I have 2 tanks here, so that just showed that there's another tank over here, which is the kind of information you'd want to keep secret. Or I guess hidden is the proper phrase. Okay. There we go. The artillery has found a nice home in the middle of a fight. This artillery is very, very awkward. I guess it could be blocked for with infantry. I'll get the fast rockets. That's really good. Could even have gotten rocket first to deny this comm tower from a nice safe forest, like over here. You have returned. Welcome back. Whoa. Hawke gets the lab of dominance. Yeah. This is why standing out in the field is very, very risky. That kind of thing can happen. The fight over here is going to go pretty well for Sturm because the artillery is involved. Unfortunately, though, the recon did spot this copter. So there will be no element of surprise there. Rocket's on its way. It's almost... In one more turn, it'll be in a spot that can actually fight. Artillery plus recon to kill recon. Very nice. Okay, that's fine. Very awkward to put an infantry here. It is helping to protect this forest, but at the same time, it's exposing this one. Because if an infantry walks up to hit it, it will reveal the artillery in the woods. This infantry is pretty much doomed, so I'm totally fine with it delaying the comm tower capture for a turn. And while the artillery down here, or over here, did get taken out for Alex is also experiencing a very nice economic boom in comparison to Hawke here. So it gets to go for a nice juicy Sturm Neotank, which are very hard to kill. And still do very respectable amounts of damage. Not time for a mega tank. Yeah, Sturm mega tanks are pretty scary. They can still kill stuff, and they take like nothing. This is a very aggressive push from Hawke, which I'm not a huge fan of. I'd rather if this investment was spent more up into this corner. Because, I mean, this is definitely overextending towards Sturm, who already has extended reach from the cities, or from the bases, because they can very easily travel through the forests. I don't like that, though. I don't know why that anti-air is moving forward like that. It is covered by this rocket. I'd like it covered by more than just a rocket if it's doing something like that, though. Fortunately for Sturm, there's 0 Hawke copters, so there's not a huge punish to losing the anti-air. It's actually a pretty big win, because an anti-air itself was used, and it's sitting on the road. Okay. Hawke's getting a little too gutsy with this push over here. I like the pressure over here. This is kind of more what you'd be aiming at. Instead of diving in here, you'd want to kind of just cut it off here. And then these 4 properties are more your prize. Somehow Sturm actually got that comm tower. Whoa, Neotank wasn't able to kill that anti-air. Wild. It must have, like, barely lived. But with the rocket hit here, too, the copters are going to have free reign. Now a 3 health anti-air, which is probably going to have to retreat to heal up. It can try and hit this. I mean, it hits it decently. Oh my gosh, it runs up and gets trapped. Well, Hawke has no fear. We diving in. I guess Hawke will have to go for the normal power with an attack like this? No? Okay, Hawke has no fear. I would definitely respect Sturm a little bit more than this. As soon as you kind of walk past the center, especially against Sturm, you're almost like, this is almost in one turn from the base range against Sturm. Ooh, looks like Hawke is going to get this city though. It's pretty nice. And this tank gets surrounded. This rocket doesn't actually have any targets, and it also doesn't want to move. Oh, it does move. I don't know about that. I'd probably just keep it in the forest, because the tank gets to see it walk out. There was some tricky movement with it, though. But this is a very easy to spot location. Like, ta-da, it's been spotted. And even though it's a Sturm rocket on a city, it's still a rocket. Now, these tanks are going to take a lot of damage for going in there. There's copter, artillery, there's neotank, there's rocket. This tank doesn't reach, though. There's also Sturm normal power, which might get used. In which case, it'll probably hit here. But losing that rocket hurts a lot. Tank goes down. But during all of this, Alex is keeping a 3k income lead, which is really, really nice. Ooh, just retreats with the artillery and retreats with the copter. Wow. Okay. Very cautious play. Doesn't want to play around with that Hawke super, I guess. So it ended up being 2 tanks for a rocket, which is kind of an even trade. Let's see here. Okay. We got very, very scared Sturm here. Loading a lot of money, so we might see a mega tank coming out. I think this might be just Alex saying, well, Hawke dove in really far before. Maybe they'll just dive in again. Ooh, just lets the city go. Pretty interesting. Okay, looks like we were saving up for just another rocket. Just fine. Still floating a lot of cash, so maybe we're just going to enter into some rocket spam here. The income has almost equalized between the 2 players. Hawke has decided to start falling back really far. Oh. We have a Sturm stealth. So I'm not a huge fan of Sturm stealth. I mean, they still do okay damage, I guess. But usually, For stealths, you want either COs that can like refuel them, like Jess, or COs that do a lot of damage with them, like Grim. But the Sturm stealth's going to have a lot of trouble because it's going to have reduced damage, and it's also going to be hit with mass damage or with the global damage. Oh. Okay, here comes the Black Storm. It's going to do a ton of damage because there hasn't been any fighting. Did 40,000 damage. That's a lot. And the rocket gets sniped. Although it lives. And we'll see. Looks like Hawke's making a magnet back here. Oh. It's a pretty expensive magnet. I prefer if the magnet was just made on the bases with what's produced rather than with the reinforcements, but it's okay. The number of indirects here are going to help Sturm quite a bit in this fight. His indirects have really high base damage, which can kind of compensate heavily for the minus to firepower that Sturm has, and even the minus to health that they get from the global damage. So that worked out pretty nicely for Alex overall. Especially because this rocket lived and was on a city, so it's just healing up now. All these anti-airs are coming in and getting some nice copter kills, though. You have an indirect get a hit. But, yeah. Sturm indirects are, of course, really hard to one-shot. And as long as they live, they can go sit on a city and still provide some zoning. Which is ideal when you have units repairing. The dream scenario is that they're healing up while still participating in the fight in some way. So sad. And that is exactly what's happening there. Okay. The stealth has shown itself. The Neotank diving in real deep now. Looks like this is mostly a fight over maintaining the comm tower with a little bit of pressure on the side over here. Hawke has to use the normal power, which is not what Hawke wants to do. So that usually feels pretty good, unless, of course, with the normal power, there's like a really strong breakthrough. Like if this Neotank goes down because of it. Ooh, or if this rocket goes down. Oh no! I'm surprised this wasn't used against the Neotank. Okay, so that went pretty well for Hawke there. Anti-air goes down. Neotank goes after a recon on the side. That's a little odd. Stealth does get to tag this medium tank, which is nice. We have a meteor strike here. Yeah. Boom. Unfortunately, all of the indirects are... all of the surviving indirects are down here. So Hawke's aggression over here is kind of unpunished and might even start getting an economic advantage. Going after this city. See, this is more what I want Hawke to do. It's, yeah, you cut off this area, which is not nearly as much of an overextension as moving down this way. Okay. So it looks like we're just going to straight up trade corners here, which is totally fine. Sturm should really be producing some more anti-airs, because unless your opponent predicted that you were getting a stealth, you kind of have to time that they're going to build a fighter on the next turn, now that they've seen it, and you can have a pretty accurate timeline for when a fighter is going to show up and take out your stealth. And when that happens, you want to have some anti-air ready to kill the fighter. Bow tie. So down goes the stealth here. And with this capture over here, the economy is actually going to equalize. Rocket gets hit again. But it's on a city, it's at 8, so it's going to heal up to 10, which is totally fine. Indirects are still going to get some more damage in. Oh, he just runs away. That's fine, too. Bam, bam. And then no follow-up, I'm surprised. Also, I'd like the Neotank to keep healing up. It's a very valuable unit. Okay. Falling back a lot with Sturm here. The problem with the falling back a lot is that it's falling it back, but it's not protecting these outskirt units. So it's not super great. Still no anti-airs bot either. So now these copters are very vulnerable to the fighter. And Hawke has gone with a stealth of their own now. Which is pretty effective. Hawke does have an attack boost. And a Sturm fighter is not going to one-shot a Hawke stealth, so Hawke will gradually heal it back up after it gets hit once. Assuming it gets away. Okay, there's an anti-air, that's good. And we'll see if Alex has any spidey senses. Oftentimes the way you're going to tell whether or not a stealth has been built is once the reinforcements dry up a lot, because quite a few times it takes 2 turns to get a stealth. So you'll notice the stealth before it shows up because the reinforcements your opponent's receiving get a lot weaker. You'll be like, oh, that means they built something big. Probably not going to be a fighter. It could be a bomber, or it could be a stealth, or maybe it's like a Neotank or something. Probably not a Neotank, because you usually see that with the attacking force. So a bomber or a stealth will be hidden in the fog, and both of those you want to answer with a fighter usually. But in this case, Alex has a bit of a problem of having not enough recons, so it doesn't actually have a good idea of what the opponent's army is looking like, and whether or not it's having weaker or stronger reinforcements. But you'll find out right here, because this is starting an engagement, and you'll see what shows up. And with triple stealth buys, like if nothing hits you, it's either because they were really out of position, which is true, or because, okay, here we go. Alex spidey senses are tingling. Grabs the fighter. Like, nothing stopped this? Yeah. Okay. Pretty good vision now for Alex. Like the army, my opponent's army is really far back. There's now a bunch of infantry back there. We've got now another rocket built. It'd be pretty rare to expect triple stealth. Double stealth is more more typical. But this is kind of risky against Sturm. You have to be very confident that Sturm is not going to use the power next turn to have a formation like this. Although, the normal power would only do 4, and you would heal him up by 2 with Black Storm, so it wouldn't be the end of the world. But definitely don't have a formation like this if Sturm's close to the super. Because, my god, would that do a lot of value and damage. Look at this. The army did not move. So, okay, I like the forward recon. With that move, you can be pretty confident the army's over here. And we'll see how much it dives forward. It can't break through. It's worth this as a Sturm. Oh. First stealth is revealed. I thought for sure we were going to have, like, stealth tank to kill this. Oh my gosh. You hate revealing stealth to kill infantry. That is so... They're also... Oh no! Oh no, they're all kept together. Oh my gosh. Well, Sturm has a really scary power here. Oh my gosh. It's telling when you use your Sturm power and a stealth next to another stealth that you know about did not get hit. That was almost a perfect Sturm power. You can see what I often talk about, where the normal power is just good enough. Like, almost all these things get one shot at 6 HP anyway. So them being at 6 in comparison to 2 doesn't make much of a difference. And here comes another fighter. That's just going to happen when you see that many stealths. Okay. So this is going to be a pretty valuable Black Storm. Yeah, the power could have been guided. Could have gone for a super too if really wanted to. That healed up a pretty good amount. It does quite a bit of damage. 57,000, healing up 20,000. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. He's able to break through. He's going to be able to hit this fighter with the fighter. Might even go fighter stealth against fighter. That is not where you want to hit that fighter from, because that is in range of the airport, and there is 0% that they did not build a fighter. There's a 100% chance of this being a fighter. And there's the pipe runner. Looks like they recognize that. And there's the resign. So, yeah, the stealth spam, if you're gonna go for something like that, don't keep them clumped up like that against Sturm. You can try and have them hit multiple points on the map if you want, but then you also have to have multiple APCs. They can be a very clunky unit to spam. Then your games are in the queue, Shadow. I'm sorry about that. I'll have to add them. I think that is our last one. 4 hours, 20 minutes. Ugh, pretty good stream. What is that thing in the top left? That was a pipe runner. That's the GG pipe runner. There's GG pipe runners and GG missiles. So I'm going to call the stream there, and I'm going to leave you with an apple. Apple us up. There you go. Apple, have a good night, everyone, or good day, depending.